swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth,
I do.
Hi, Mr. Keller. I introduced myself before, but my name is Josh Roth, and I'm from the firm Free Frank, Schreiber, and Jacobson, and my firm represents the plaintiff in this matter, Olympus Securities, LLC. And to my right, he also introduced himself before, but this is my colleague, Harrison Polans. Would counsel for the witness please identify themselves?
Lucy Yen, Wilson Sansini, Goodrich and Rosati for UFD.
Timothy Eskridge, CGA law firm for UFD.
And as an initial matter, I'd ask that this transcript be designated as confidential pursuant to a protective order in this case.
Agreed.
Agreed.
And with that, for the record, Mr. Taylor, would you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Chad David Taylor.
And Mr. Taylor, have you ever been deposed before?
I have not.
Given that this is a new experience for you, I would like to go over some ground rules briefly. Is that okay?
Please.
As an initial matter, this deposition will proceed in a question and answer format. I'll ask the questions, you'll provide an answer. Does that sound okay?
Perfect.
We also have a court reporter taking down everything we say, so it's important that we try our best not to talk over each other. So please...
Like this?
Exactly. So please try to give me the opportunity to finish my question, and then you'll have the opportunity to respond, and that way the court reporter will be able to take everything we say down. Does that sound okay?
That sounds fine. Thank you.
On a related note, because it's important for the court reporter to be able to prepare a full transcript of the deposition, please provide audible responses to my questions rather than gestures or nodding or anything like that. Does that sound okay?
That sounds great. Thank you.
If you don't understand the question that I ask, or if you'd like clarification, please ask. If you don't ask for clarification or don't tell me that you don't understand the question, I'll assume that you understood the question and that your answer is responsive to the question. Okay?
That sounds fine.
If you'd like to take a break, please let me know. We're certainly not trying to keep you hostage here. I'll try to take a break every 60 to 90 minutes, but if you feel like you need a break at any time, please just let us know and we'll take a break. I would just ask that if I had asked a question that you finish your response before we take a break. Does that sound okay?
That sounds fine to me.
And you've probably discussed this with your counsel, but from time to time, Ms. Yen or Mr. Eskridge may interpose an objection. They'll say objection. Unless they instruct you not to answer, you should let your counsel complete the objection, but then respond to the question that I asked. Does that sound okay?
Thank you. Yeah, fine.
And two last preliminary matters. In order to move things along, I will probably refer from time to time to United Fiber and Data LLC as UFD. Is that okay?
That's acceptable.
And likewise, from time to time, I will likely refer to Olympus Securities LLC as Olympus. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Do you understand that you are testifying under oath today?
I do understand that I'm testifying under oath.
And you understand that that means you have to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
As I've just previously sworn.
Are you taking any medications today that might interfere with your ability to testify truthfully?
I am not currently on any medications.
And there is no reason that you couldn't provide truthful testimonies today,
Yeah.
correct?
I think that the thing that I would like to clarify is that I'm dyslexic, so sometimes I take quite some time to read through documents. That would probably be our only limitation. I'm certainly faster at that early in the morning and slow down as the day goes on. It's just the way my brain works.
Okay, I appreciate that information. We'll certainly be respectful of that, and if there's anything we can do when we do get into the documents, please let us know so we can make things as easy and smooth as possible, okay?
Thank you, Josh.
Of course. We have pre-marked as Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 2 the Notice of Deposition of Chad Taylor and the 30B6 deposition notice to United Fiber and Data LLC. Mr. Taylor, do you see the document in front of you that is marked as Exhibit 1?
I do.
Have you seen this document before?
I have.
And do you see the document in front of you marked as Exhibit 2?
I do.
Have you seen this document before?
I have.
Do you understand that I will be asking you questions today in your personal capacity pursuant to the document as Exhibit 1?
I do.
And do you also understand that I'll be asking you questions today pursuant to some of the topics specified in Exhibit 2 as UFD's corporate representative?
That is correct. That's my understanding.
And do you understand that you have been designated as UFD's corporate representative for the 30B6 topics 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, and 27 with certain date qualifications for 6, 7, 15, and 16.
I'm not sure he processed that, and I need some time to confirm the topics, but I think I can confirm whether he so designated.
Okay, if council disagrees with anything that I just said concerning the designations, please let us know.
Okay, give me a second. He is not designated on topic 4. I think you referenced and perhaps inadvertently with certain qualifications for 4.
You're correct, I misspoke. Otherwise, my list was accurate?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much for that, and I apologize to the witness for the brief delay. With respect to the 30B6 topics that we just discussed, do you believe that you had adequate access to personnel at UFD and documents to educate yourself about those topics?
I do.
Let's talk about what you did to prepare for today's deposition. Did you meet with anyone to prepare?
I met with my legal counsel.
And who specifically did you meet with?
I met with Lucy, Tim, and Andrew Paxton
And how many times did you meet?
once,
When was that?
yesterday.
And approximately for how long did you meet?
6 hours.
Was anyone else present during the meeting?
Reese, and I'm not aware of Reese's last name.
Who is Reese?
He's
Griffiths, Griffiths. He's my colleague at CGA.
Part of the witnesses' counsel.
Yes.
Was anyone participating in the meeting by phone?
No one participated by phone.
And no one participated by any remote means?
That's correct.
Have you spoken with anyone at UFD about this case?
I have been in constant contact with my partners about the litigation.
When you say constant contact, can you try to quantify that?
Frequent contact.
And who specifically at UFD who have you been in frequent contact with about the litigation?
Specifically Bill Hines.
Have you spoken with anyone employed by UFD aside from Bill Hines about the litigation?
I have not.
Have you spoken with any investors in UFD about the litigation
I
aside
have
from Mr.
not.
Hines? So you've never spoken with Mr. Chad Gracie about the litigation?
I mentioned that I spoke to my partners initially. He was a
Okay.
partner of mine.
So in addition to Bill Hines, which other partners have you spoken with about the litigation?
As I stated previously, I spoke predominantly with Mr. Hines. I had a casual conversation with Chad Gracie, a casual conversation with Patrick Dahlheimer, my partners.
What did you discuss during the casual conversation about the litigation with Mr. Gracie?
Predominantly the fact that we thought, in particular, David Boris and Jeffrey Berman were unqualified characters to even be in our sphere, that they were certainly misleading throughout their time period with us, in their 6 months with us, and that there was general vitriol and a disappointment in our relationship with them, and that they were not men that we would ever do business with again. And certainly beyond that, we also discussed the fact that we thought that they were typical of people that have tried to get close to our celebrity throughout our entire career and advantage the band, advantage our position in our lives.
So let's just try to unpack that a little bit. Why do you believe that Mr. Boris and Mr. Berman were unqualified for the position that they were engaged for?
I think I'm talking about morality. I think that they have low moral character.
And why do you say that?
That's my opinion.
What's the basis of that opinion?
Their actions,
And what actions specifically?
every action they took.
Can you think of a specific example that leads you to characterize them as having low moral character?
I think in my mind, I think of somebody of low standard, or what I would qualify as a bottom feeder. Someone that's an opportunist, that looks to take advantage of people and take advantage of a situation. I was raised in an environment where that would be frowned upon. So to me, I've made a judgment call that they're of low moral standards, low moral value.
Can you provide a specific example to support your view?
I think I've provided enough detail.
You also testified that you believe that Mr. Boris and Mr. Berman misled UFD, correct?
That's correct.
How did they mislead UFD?
In particular with me as the leader of United Fiber and Data, I was led to believe that David Boris in particular was registered with FINRA and that he was in good standing with the SEC. I was led to believe that he had run several successful capital campaigns like the one UFD was endeavoring, and that he could expand our list of accredited investors, and I found that not to be the case.
Did Mr. Boris specifically tell you that he was currently registered with FINRA?
Mr. Berman led me to believe that Olympus was a company that was in good standing with the SEC and FINRA, and Mr. Boris was an associate. I assumed that he was a part of the company.
But Mr. Boris never represented to you that he was registered with FINRA currently, correct?
He never specifically represented to me that he had been involved in very serious litigation overseen by the SEC.
I'll return to that, but my question was a little bit different. Mr. Boris never represented to you that he was currently registered with FINRA, correct?
We did not discuss his FINRA registration at the time of meeting.
And what is the very serious litigation that you referenced a moment ago that you believe Mr. Boris was involved in?
There is a mark on Mr. Boris's FINRA registration that's available to the public. After working with Boris and Berman for several months, I finally looked up the FINRA registration and discovered a lawsuit. The lawsuit's locked from public record, but he was censured.
If the lawsuit isn't publicly accessible, how do you know it was a, quote, very serious litigation? Close quote?
It was a large amount of money.
What was the amount of money at issue?
It was several $100 million.
And what's your understanding of any censure that was imposed on Mr. Boris?
As far as I'm aware, he is no longer licensed or registered.
And your understanding is that Mr. Boris is no longer registered as a result of that litigation that we've been discussing?
That would be a correct statement.
When UFD initially engaged Olympus, did UFD review Mr. Boris's broker check report on the FINRA website?
When we engaged with Olympus and initially met Olympus, Jeffrey Berman was my primary contact, not David Boris. So that information was not provided.
You were aware early in your discussions with Olympus that David Boris would play some role, correct?
At some point, David Boris was introduced to us. That's correct.
Is there any reason that you would not have been able to pull up David Boris's broker check report on the FINRA website as soon as you were introduced to David Boris?
I was told that Olympus was in good standing And so I had no incentive to look up each individual person. I was dealing with a company, that company was Olympus Securities. And I knew that they were in good standing, or I felt they were at the time.
Do you believe that Olympus is no longer in good standing?
I know very little about Olympus.
So you don't know whether they're currently in good standing or not?
I do not.
Have you ever searched for Olympus's registration status on FINRA's website?
I have.
And what do you recall about the results of that search?
There was nothing significant.
Going back a couple of minutes ago to when you provided your overview perspective on Olympus, you also used the word vitriol. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
What about the relationship between UFD and Olympus involved vitriol?
I think that there was a clear separation of state when, or a line in the sand, when Boris and Berman were terminated. And the fact that I was contacted after that termination when I had nothing to do with United Fiber and Data, that certainly upset me.
And that was the vitriol that you were referencing?
Certainly, I was upset. As anyone would feel upset when someone was low and calculating.
Who was low and calculating?
Jeffrey Berman.
And in your view, how was Mr. Berman low and calculating?
I believe that him contacting me was outside of the purview of my role with United Fiber and Data and outside of the purview of his role with Olympus, and that the very nature of his contact was to reach out in a friendly, personal manner. He brought up the subject of our children. We discussed very personal things, and I think that he, based on that conversation, that he jumped to conclusions. I think that he jumped to conclusions that were premeditated or forecasted, and that he was on a fact-finding mission rather than having a personal phone call. And to me, that is a person of low caliber and low standing. You might call it scum.
The conversation that you just referenced, was that after UFD,
Ended its relationship.
do you recall when that was?
When what was the?
When the phone call was?
Sorry, Josh, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's okay.
We'll say this, I can't remember the exact date, but I know that I was in the middle of a recording session with a guitar strapped around my neck. And it was certainly after my duties with United Fiber and Data had ended. It was several months after that.
Okay, so to be clear,
So my duties for United Fiber and Data ended in August 2015, so I don't know, it was 2-3 months probably after that.
okay, we will likely return to some of these topics later in the deposition.
Of course, I'm happy to discuss those guys.
But for the time being, I'd like to continue to discuss the conversations that you may have had with others about the litigation. So we had just been discussing Mr. Gracie. Now to move on to Mr. Dahlheimer, would you please describe the casual conversations that you had with Mr. Dahlheimer about the litigation?
I work with Patrick in the studio on a nearly daily basis. And I literally just said to him, did you see that Horace and Berman have launched a lawsuit against United Fiber and Data? And he said he did. I think he said to me that that was typical of their, what did he say, their nervous Nelly style of doing business.
What was your understanding of what Mr. Dahlheimer meant by typical of their nervous Nelly style of doing business?
I don't know that I had a direct understanding, but there was an emotional understanding of agreement.
Did you discuss the merits
We
or
did
lack
not.
of merit
Sorry, Josh. We
of
didn't.
Mr.
Go ahead, Josh. I'm sorry, Josh.
Well, let's try to
Go ahead.
pause. Did you discuss the merit or lack of merits of Olympus's claims with Mr. Dahlheimer?
We did not discuss the merits of the case.
Did you discuss the merits or lack of merits of Olympus's claims with Mr. Gracie?
Mr. Gracie and I definitely had a conversation. And if I could summarize the conversation, was that we arrived at the term frivolous.
And why is it that you arrived at the term frivolous to describe the litigation?
Simply put, we engaged Olympus to raise funds, and they raised no funds.
Is it your understanding that Olympus would only be entitled to compensation if it was directly responsible for raising funds for UFD?
Maybe ask the question one more time.
I'll read it back. Is it your understanding that Olympus would only be entitled to compensation if it was directly responsible for raising funds for UFD?
Objection vague.
We engaged Olympus specifically to endeavor on a capital campaign to raise funds, either through equity or debt, specific to the endeavor of building our fiber optic line for United Fiber and Data.
Based on your understanding of the UFD Olympus engagement, had a third party raised money for UFD during the term of Olympus's engagement, would Olympus have been entitled to compensation for that money?
Objection vague.
I founded a company called Think Loud Advisors, where I am equal partner to Brian Smith, and we had been raising funds for United Fiber and Data throughout the entire journey of the company, and it was my understanding that the funds that Think Loud Advisors and our affiliates raised were not subject to commission by Olympus.
What's the basis of your understanding in that respect?
I don't understand that question.
Off the record for just a moment. What's going
Yeah,
on?
I was just gonna make it just the witness. I don't know how to zoom in though. Let's see.
You're not getting a producer credit.
Who's in the frame right now?
Lucy, half of Lucy.
The best half though. Excellent half.
The right half,
You
right.
got her like back in the
Lucy's gonna stand next to the door. I think we're also recording all of this.
And yes, we were. I will make sure to.
This videotape shall not be altered. Back on the record. Thank you. We'll return to the discussion about affiliates a little later in the deposition. But do you recall when you last spoke with Mr. Gracie about this litigation?
I don't recall.
Do you recall if it was within the last 2 weeks?
I spoke to Mr. Gracie after his deposition just to ask him how he felt.
What did Mr. Gracie say in response to that question?
He said he was tired and that it was a boring process.
What else do you recall about that conversation?
That was everything.
Did Mr. Gracie tell you anything about the type of questions that he had been asked at his deposition?
We did not discuss questions.
Did you discuss the answers that Mr. Gracie provided to any questions when you spoke?
We did not discuss questions or answers.
How long, approximately, do you think your conversation with Mr. Gracie following his deposition lasted?
30 seconds or less.
With respect to Mr. Dahlheimer, do you recall when you last spoke with Mr. Dahlheimer about the litigation?
Mr. Dahlheimer is the type of character that's normally all fishing. I haven't talked to him in quite some time.
Literally fishing?
Yes, literally fishing. So when we have studio projects that are going on, he'll be in the studio and we work side by side. And then when there's no studio project going on, he'll leave and go fishing. He's quite the sportsman.
Have you spoken with Mr. Brian Smith about the litigation?
I had a brief conversation with Brian. Brian and I are engaged in another business, and we had a discussion about that business, and about the fact that the deposition had taken up an entire day of his time and took away from the operation of that business.
Is that the only instance that you've spoken with Mr. Smith about this litigation?
Brian called me when he was served a subpoena to just try and figure out what it was about.
What do you remember about that discussion?
I recall that Mr. Smith was aghast with the gumption and premise of what he felt was a baseless legal action.
return to that in a moment, but going back to the phone call that you had with Mr. Smith following his deposition, did you discuss the questions that he was asked at his deposition?
We did not discuss questions.
Did you discuss the answers that he provided at his deposition?
We did not discuss questions or answers.
Approximately how long did that phone call last?
It was a lengthy phone call. I left from 210 York Street, our headquarters, and drove to my home in Lancaster. And the phone call, that's pretty typical every day when I wrap up. I call Brian on the West Coast to review daily business matters with both his company and mine, and Think Loud Advisors, obviously. So the discussion about the deposition was actually fairly short,
How long do you think the discussion about the deposition lasted?
probably a minute.
And when you refer to Brian Smith's company, what company are you referring to?
He is this founder and CEO of redcrow.com.
And what's your understanding of redcrow.com?
I serve as advisor to the chairman of redcrow.com. Redcrow.com is a leading website portal in fundraising activities.
A moment ago, you testified that Mr. Smith viewed Olympus's claim as baseless. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Did Mr. Smith explain why he viewed Olympus's claim as baseless?
Mr. Smith, during his tenure as my partner, has successfully raised funds for a number of my companies and always been compensated for his fundraise. And he knew that Boris and Berman were unsuccessful at raising funds for United Fiber and Data.
Do you recall anything else about that discussion with Mr. Smith about Olympus's claim?
That's my general recollection of the phone call.
Do you recall discussing whether do you recall discussing who were affiliates of Mr. Smith during that conversation?
We did not have that conversation.
Have you ever discussed the meaning of the term affiliate with Mr. Smith?
I have not.
Have you ever discussed the meaning of the term affiliate with Mr. Gracie?
I have not.
You ever discussed the meaning of the term affiliate with Mr. Dahlheimer?
I have not.
Have you ever discussed the meaning of the term affiliate with Mr. Hines?
I have not.
When is the last time that you spoke with Mr. Hines about the litigation?
I'm unaware of the last time I spoke to Mr. Hines about the litigation.
Do you think it was approximately in the last 2 weeks?
We've had several conversations in the last 2 weeks as the depositions began. He made me aware that, for example, that Mr. Gracie's deposition was happening, that Mr. Smith's deposition was happening, and that Mr. Berman's deposition was happening.
What, if anything, did Mr. Hines tell you about those depositions?
That they were happening.
Did he tell you anything else?
He did not.
What was, if you know, the reason for Mr. Hines telling you about those depositions taking place?
Mr. Hines handles day-to-day operations of United Fiber and Data.
Do you know why Mr. Hines decided to advise you that those depositions were taking place?
So that I was aware that my deposition was forthcoming.
Did you discuss with Mr. Hines why Olympus was seeking to depose those individuals?
No.
Aside from Mr. Hines, Mr. Gracie, Mr. Dahlheimer, Mr. Smith, and your counsel, have you spoken with anyone else about this litigation?
I know I briefly had a conversation with my wife.
We don't need to dive into that discussion, but no one else comes to mind?
No one else.
And the answer would be the same if I asked about today's deposition rather than this litigation.
That is correct. I have not spoken to anyone else at the deposition.
Did you review any documents to prepare for your deposition today?
I did review some documents yesterday when reviewing with my counsel.
Do you recall what documents you reviewed?
Specifically the engagement letter.
Did you review any other documents besides the engagement letter?
I can't recall specifically.
Whether or not you can recall specifically, do you recall reviewing additional documents beyond the engagement letter?
I did review additional documents.
Did you review an outline of potential questions in preparing for today's deposition?
We reviewed the specific topics that I would be asked about as the corporate designee for UFD.
And by those topics, you're referring to the topics that are referenced in Exhibit 2, the 30B6 deposition.
That is correct, Josh.
Let's move on to a new topic. I'd like to talk briefly about your education and your career. Did you graduate from high school here in York?
I am a proud graduate of William Penn Senior High School, class of 1989. Bearcats, go Bearcats. In my road to education was somewhat interesting, as we started today's testimony talking about my dyslexia. I became an astute or accelerated learner by self-teaching myself, but I also learned to build strong mentor relationships, and that included, in the early days, of course, music instruction, where I studied probably 5,000 hours of monophonic instrument studies, single note theory, and then I studied, I don't know, at this point, 33 years of polyphonic instrument studies. So I don't know, over 100,000 hours of discipline there. I've studied specifically music theory, in each case with specialized individual instructors. And now I am a professor at York College, and I recently passed over the chairmanship of the Tisch School of Audio of NYU. I'm also I've worked very closely with the Screenwriters Guild and the Producers Guild of America. I'm a member of the National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences. And that education has led me to earn multi-platinum status or awards in nearly every modernized country in the world.
After graduating from high school, what was your first job?
I took a job on MTV as a rock star.
And that was in connection with your membership in the band Live.
That's correct. I'm the founding member of Live, which we founded when we were 13 years old. Jack Gracie, Ed Kowalczyk, Patrick Dahlheimer, and myself, that began our corporate relationship or affiliation with each other at the age of 13 at Edgar Fall Smith Middle School, to the thanks of Don Karn, our middle school orchestral instructor, who encouraged us to get together. Our first award or accolade was winning the middle school talent show, which we took the $20 and we took our parents to Vito's Pizza and bought them pizza.
Was the second place finisher
To
also
never
as
be
successful
heard,
as Live?
they were not.
Have you guest lectured in Mr. Karn's middle school class?
I'm proud to say that I recently nominated Mr. Karn for the Grammy Educator Award, and I'm fighting for him to win a Grammy.
That's very nice. Are you currently employed by UFD?
I am not.
Have you ever been employed by UFD?
I have been employed by United Fiber and Data.
When were you first employed by UFD?
Probably after, I would say probably 2013 to 2015. We started operations in United Fiber and Data, or conceiving of the eventual formation of a company that would build an alternative fiber optic pathway in between New York City and Wall Street. And in those earliest days, there was no official capacity, but as we eventually formed the company and began to have employees, etc., then I took on an official role with the company. And as I stated that, I think that was around 2013.
And around 2013, when you took on an official role with UFD, what was your role?
I was the acting CEO.
Why were you the acting CEO as opposed to just the CEO?
My day job was better.
Was it contemplated that you were going to be replaced by
It was
someone
never,
else?
my career goals and aspirations were achieved when I was quite young. So my role as CEO was to help provide leadership to my partners, Mr. Appel, Mr. Hines, Mr. Gracie, and of course myself.
What were your responsibilities as the acting CEO of UFD from approximately 2013 through 2015?
My primary role was fundraising. So I prepared all of the business documents that included the business plan, the various marketing materials that come underneath of that business plan, whether it were one-sheet teasers, etc., and then of course all of the corporate correspondence amongst all of the partners, keeping everybody in the loop. A great deal of my leadership role was just making sure that everyone was in tune, on time, and in sync.
Were you compensated for your work as acting CEO of UFD?
I was paid a salary.
What was your salary?
I am not really sure. I have a business manager, and she accepts my paycheck and put it in. I think it was roughly $250,000 a year, but I can't say specifically.
Aside from the acting CEO title, have you held any other titles at UFD aside from founder?
I have not held any other titles.
Do you recall when in 2015 you stopped serving as the acting CEO of UFD?
Yes, after Cohen Private Ventures ended negotiations, I was fed up with the process in particular of dealing with Boris and Berman, and wanted to return to making music, and I offered my resignation to the company.
And that resignation was accepted.
It was accepted.
And did someone succeed you in the role of acting CEO?
Bill Hines.
Why is it that you got fed up with the process?
This would refer to my earlier testimony.
And
Well,
go ahead, I'm sorry.
in my 33 years of professional history, in particular being in a rock band, and let's face it, rock bands are pretty notorious, and I was, and still am, in a notorious rock band. I've dealt with some pretty insane characters. I've probably never dealt with anyone more unprofessional than David Boris or Jeffrey Berman.
Can you provide any specific examples of how Mr. Boris and Mr. Berman were unprofessional?
They were unduly overreactionary, nervous, in general. I thought their communication skills were poor.
How were they overreactionary?
Minor details might throw them into, just throw them off course. We engaged them to be finders, and it was, well, let me just say that during the time period when we engaged them, to probably within the first 2 weeks of, actually, let me back up, prior to engaging them, and just in our initial discussions, they were excited and exuberant. And I also would like to state that I was excited and thankful to have a team of what I thought were professionals to begin identifying and vetting new potential investors, especially at the institutional level. And like all new relationships, I wanted the relationship to succeed. However, I was alarmed that they seemed to have not read, at least in intimate detail, the business plans and many of the documents that so many of our other sophisticated investors had reviewed, whether they were loan documents, the business plan, our marketing strategy. And it seemed that through time, as each layer of our business was uncovered, it was as though they were discovering something new. And new, not necessarily saying anything bad, just out of their general understanding. So it was my perception that they were not listening generously, not reading generously, or that they were not perceptive enough or sophisticated enough to understand the idiosyncrasies and intimacies of a startup company like Iron Data.
That's the court reporter to Mark. This document's Exhibit 3. And for the record, it's an email with the 0002173.
Thank you.
Mr. Taylor, do you see the document in front of you marked as Exhibit 3?
I do see the document.
You see the second paragraph of the email where you wrote, quote, "I can honestly say that I know more about our business today than when we started," close quote.
Yes, I can see that sentence.
Do you agree that you were learning new things about UFD's business as Olympus conducted diligence on the company?
No, I do not agree with that.
What did you mean when you wrote, "I can honestly say that I know more about our business today than when we started"?
All startup companies are an evolutionary process, and I learn new things about my company every day.
So your email where you wrote to Mr. Boris and Mr. Berman explaining that you know more about UFD's business today than when we started had nothing to do with the work that Mr. Boris and Mr. Berman were undertaking?
That is a correct statement. That statement has nothing to do with David Boris or Jeffrey Berman. That's a general statement about the daily operations of a startup company like United Fiber and Data.
Why did you include a general statement about the daily operations of a startup company like UFD in an email to Mr. Boris and Mr. Berman?
I had no reason not to.
You see, in the second sentence of the second paragraph, you wrote, "Chad Gracie agreed the due diligence process, while somewhat laborious, is making us better leaders." Do you see that language?
I do see the language.
By the due diligence process, quote unquote, were you referring to the due diligence that Mr. Berman and Mr. Boris were conducting at UFD?
I'm not sure.
And in the next sentence, do you see the language, "Many thanks to both of you for holding our hands to ensure success"?
I do see that language.
What are you thanking Mr. Berman and Mr. Boris for in that sentence?
Their roles as investment bankers serving, as fiduciaries serving United Fiber and Data. I think in particular, to add some perspective onto specific language and specific words, Chad Gracie and Patrick Dahlheimer are my passive partners in ThinkBot Holdings, and my stepfather had taken ill, and in fact, probably within the first 2 weeks of meeting Jeffrey Berman, my mother called me and told me that my father was diagnosed with esophageal cancer and that he essentially had 45 days to live. I requested that Chad Gracie step up his role in terms of being essentially a communication corresponder with both Boris and Berman throughout United Fiber and Data's term with them, so that I could go and deal with my very sick father. And there was an understanding in between Boris and Berman that Chad Gracie, who was fairly naive about the daily operations of the company, that they were going to have to, quote unquote, help hold his hand through that process. I think that Chad Gracie himself had to discover a lot about the daily operations of the company. And certainly, I was appreciative of the fact that both Boris and Berman were fairly understanding that my stepfather was ill, especially at that time. I didn't really feel that was the case towards the end of our relationship, but certainly at that time there seemed to be compassion there.
Did you agree that the due diligence process made both you and Chad Gracie better leaders?
I would agree that every endeavor, both good and bad, of every company makes you a better leader.
Was the due diligence process a good thing?
Vague.
You can answer.
I don't really know if I understand the question.
You testified a moment ago that every endeavor, both good and bad, of every company makes you a better leader. I'm asking whether the due diligence process that you wrote about here was a good thing or a bad thing.
I think my statement clarifies that.
I don't think it does, but we can move on. Switching topics, let's talk about UFD. And we touched on this earlier, but just so we're clear, how did UFD first come about?
In 1995, a small company named NCI sued what is generally called Ma Bell, which was a large conglomerate, in an antitrust suit. And the attorney, my attorney, Ralph Gordon, led that lawsuit. And he successfully took down Ma Bell in an antitrust case. And Ralph at that time shared with me some of the ins and outs of the telephone business, in particular at that time. He described how the federal government was going to divide up the country into territories or franchises. And this was, at the time, he was Live's attorney. In fact, he was my very first attorney. And so that was the earliest iterations of understanding and knowing very much about telco. In the future, we met a network engineer who had described a tenable problem in the industry, which was that 85% of the fiber optic cable in the East Coast of America is strung along the I-95 Route 1 corridor, which goes from New York City down through Washington, D.C., and then just north up to Ashburn, Virginia. And that there were frequent tears and cuts in the fiber optic lines that run down through there, essentially disrupting, at this point, not telephone service, but actually data communications in between Wall Street, which is the most powerful financial influence in the world, and Ashburn, Virginia, which is the largest internet switch in the country. It sure seemed like a problem worthy of taking on.
And how did you go from identifying that there was potentially a need to creating UFD?
It was really initially an exploratory process. We knew that the problem existed and that was real. So I had a conversation with the chairman of Homeland Security, Scott Perry, Representative Scott Perry, who is a general in the Marines. I had a conversation with him if this was a pursuit worthy of endeavor, and he felt that the security of our government and the security of our nation was at risk due to the fact that so much fiber optic cable was on the I-95 Route 1 corridor. After that conversation, we asked the network engineer and the sales associate if they could identify some potential early customers or early leads. And to our surprise, they came back with letters of intent from a few large companies, all agreeing that a diverse pathway was something that was needed desperately within the industry. Of course, my first question was, why didn't the larger telephone groups build that? But that goes back to Ralph Gordon breaking up Ma Bell, and when they established the franchise agreements, it's illegal for the large groups to build through each other's turf. So MCI was designated as the first competitive local exchange carrier, which is the public utility designation that United Fiber and Data now operates under.
When was UFD, the entity, established?
Well, first of all, that's a multi-layered question.
Okay.
United Fiber and Data, its CLEC licenses are held by 5 sub-companies. So each of those companies were set up at different times when the PUCs approved the licensure. That's dictated by the mandates of the federal government. And then the masthead, United Fiber and Data, was initially formed as a company called United Federal Data. Interesting enough, and I think that was in 2010, 2011. So for clarity, we started to work on this probably in 2009.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been a very long process.
And you mentioned earlier that you were one of UFD's founders. Who were the other founders?
Chad Gracie, Patrick Dahlheimer, Bill Hines, and myself are the founders of United Fiber and Data. And of course, our first substantial partner was Mr. Appel.
Come back to UFD in a moment. So let's talk about Think Loud Advisors for a moment. What is Think Loud Advisors?
I think that we would actually have to start with Think Loud Holdings, which is my family office. Think Loud Holdings is a family office that represents the financial interests of Chad Gracie, Patrick Dahlheimer, and myself. It was formed and founded when we were 18 years old. And that company has a series of administrators, lawyers, accountants, bookkeepers, advisors that have serviced me professionally as I traveled throughout the globe, as I said, since the time I was 18 years old. That initially began with 4 multinational companies and has now expanded past 30 companies, and one of those companies would be Think Loud Advisors.
Is there a formal contractual relationship between Think Loud Holdings and Think Loud Advisors?
There's a formal contractual relationship in between the partners of Think Loud Advisors, but just like each of our companies, they're commonly owned by Chad Gracie, Patrick Dahlheimer, and myself. And then in each case, we would always find specific management, leadership groups, etc., that we would invest behind and partner with to endeavor. In this particular case, Brian Smith and his experience as a wealth manager is why we partnered with him to form Think Loud Advisors.
And what's the purpose of Think Loud Advisors?
ThinkCloud Advisors was formed specifically to handle fundraising for the number of companies that are under my control or leadership. That would include United Fiber and Data.
And what role have you played in ThinkCloud Advisors?
I am a principal director of the company. I am involved in it on a daily basis. That means identifying new potential clients to raise funds for, new potential investment opportunities. And then the key term there is advisors, which is building up. The company was truly founded to build up a basket of professional advisors who would serve not only ThinkCloud Holdings and our entities, but also other outside interest, third-party interests. So they're professional advisors, not specifically even to fundraising. That could be, for example, our basket of advisors include the senior medical director of the world's largest healthcare distributor and provider. Our advisors include a former partner in Microsoft in the technology field. Includes several executives in the entertainment field, in the entertainment space. So for example, when we would identify new companies that we were interested in investing in, not only could we provide capital through ThinkCloud Holdings, but we could also provide advisory services in structuring fundraising, but then additionally also structuring advisory services, professional advisory services to the operations of the business.
You're right? Okay.
Yeah.
Back on the record. Before we took a break, Mr. Taylor, you testified that in approximately 2012, you recall that Mr. Appel issued your family office a $5 million loan. Do you recall testifying to that?
I do recall that.
How did that loan come about?
Throughout my entire adult life, I frequently consulted with Mr. Appel, not only about my band live, but about my personal life and my journey as an entrepreneur. And in fact, I went to Mr. Appel. He was the very first person I talked to outside of my immediate partners about the concept of running fiber. And I did that because Mr. Appel had run a large media group, a cable company, a radio division, as well as other companies, but related specifically to fiber. He ran cable on poles, and he was the only object expert that I knew at the time. So I went to him and asked him what he thought of the business concept of United Fiber and Data. And his response to me was, if I was a young man, I would build this business. And I explained to him that from our initial investigation that it was going to be extremely costly just to acquire the PUC licensure in the various states. And he asked me at that time what I estimated those costs to be, and I said it was $5 million. And he asked me if my family was prepared to invest the $5 million, and I said that we were. And he said, I would like to help with that. And that was under the specific condition that I would keep the company geographically located in York, Pennsylvania, and also create jobs here.
So the $5 million loan from Mr. Appel to your family office was meant to be used for UFD building out the fiber network?
Yeah, it wasn't titled United Fiber and Data at the time, but it was the money's used to explore the opportunity that would be to build a fiber optic company.
And did you personally also invest $5 million into what would become UFD at that time?
I'm unaware of the amount that we had invested up to that point. So we had been obviously carrying the company from 2009 say up until that time. So I'm unaware of the amount that we had invested at that point, but it was very substantial.
Do you think it was more than $5 million?
I do think it was more than $5 million.
From you individually?
As you'll recall, I invest on behalf of my family office, which is a multi-family office, so it would represent the interests of Jack Gracie, Patrick Dahlheimer, and myself, and of course Bill Hines was our business partner at that time.
And of course, who?
Bill Hines, sorry.
Do you think it was more than $10 million from your family office?
I don't think at that point it was more than $10 million.
How much money to date has your family office invested into UFD, approximately?
I personally guaranteed up to, I think it was $26 million.
Putting aside guarantees for a moment, how much capital has your family office invested into UFD?
$26 million. That was, yeah, $26 million.
What are the guarantees that you just referenced?
In each case, I endeavored to take out loans with Mr. Appel to invest into the fiber optic opportunity, and those loans were personally guaranteed by myself. Of course, I was very cautious with the money because, essentially, my family was on the line and my financial well-being was on the line. And Mr. Appel was very strategic about how he would do that. He wanted me to be at risk in building this company. He also wanted to hold my feet to the fire throughout, that United Fiber and Data would have 100% of my attention all the time, and that I'd be fully invested in building the jobs and bringing the technology to York as he wanted. Should add that in exchange for his loans to me and to our family office, that he became our very first partner outside of the founding members, United Fiber and Data.
Mr. Appel was granted an equity interest in
He was granted
UFD?
that's correct, he was granted an equity interest. And Josh, I'm sorry I spoke over him.
That's okay. Putting aside the proceeds of loans from Mr. Appel that your family office or you guaranteed, did your family office invest any of its own cash into UFD?
Yes, that's correct.
How much of its own cash, putting aside any loan proceeds from Mr. Appel?
I have never separated out whether it was our cash contributions or Mr. Appel's monies. It was just a lump sum. That's the only total I know. So
Okay.
on an ongoing basis with any startup company, that includes everything from the initial exploratory things to early employees, etc. All of those funds came out of our capital account.
Okay, so you don't know how much cash your family office invested, excluding the proceeds of the loans from Mr. Appel?
Since it was always our cash, I saw no reason to separate them.
Okay. Going back to Think Loud Advisors, in your view, does UFD control Think Loud Advisors?
No, Think Loud Holdings controls Think Loud Advisors.
Does your position at Think Loud Advisors give you any control over UFD's activities?
It does not.
Does UFD make management decisions for Think Loud Advisors?
It does not.
Does Think Loud Advisors make management decisions for UFD?
It does not. However, Think Loud Holdings does make management decisions for United Fiber and Data and Think Loud Advisors.
Why do you believe that Think Loud Holdings makes management decisions for United Fiber and Data?
It owned the equity interest in United Fiber and Data.
Does Think Loud Holdings, the entity, directly own the equity interest in UFD?
That is correct.
So you and your partners and other investors in UFD don't own the equity interest in UFD?
I think you'd have to separate the two. Think Loud Holdings owns the equity interest in United Fiber and Data. I'm unaware of how each other investor invested, or who might own their companies, etc. In some cases, people invested through companies and people invested individually.
So you don't have an equity interest in UFD?
That is correct.
And Mr. Hines doesn't have an equity interest in UFD?
That is correct.
And Mr. Gracie doesn't have an equity interest in UFD?
I would say that you're generalizing. Mr. Gracie does not personally have an equity interest in UFD, that is correct.
How am I generalizing?
Think Loud Holdings, which is owned by Chad Gracie, Patrick Dahlheimer, and myself, does own an
You
equitable
have to go
interest.
slower when you say all those names. Which is owned by Chad.
I forget what I was saying.
Think Cloud Holdings is owned by.
Chad Gracie, Patrick Dahlheimer, and myself. Thank you. And Think Loud Holdings owns equity in United Fiber and Data.
How much equity in UFD does Think Loud Holdings own directly?
We initially owned 75% of the company, and that has been diluted down over time. I believe that I'm actually not really sure on the capital table where we stand today. I believe it's around 40%.
40% of UFD is owned by Think Loud Holdings.
That's correct.
Your name does not appear on the cap table.
That's correct.
How does Think Loud Holdings exercise control, in your view, over UFD if it owns approximately 40% of UFD?
Since Think Loud Holdings was the founding entity of United Fiber and Data, it operated the company on a daily basis.
But Think Loud Holdings doesn't have majority control of the voting interest in
When the
UFD, does it?
Yeah, that's correct, Josh. When the company was founded, we owned 75% of the company, so we did have majority control.
As of 2015, do you believe that Think Loud Holdings had an approximately 40% interest in UFD?
As of 2015, I believe that we had more than that.
Do you know what percent ownership Think Loud Holdings had as of 2015?
I think it was still close to 75%.
And when did Think Loud Holdings interest go from 70% to approximately 40%?
That was through the dilution of adding investors throughout the course of the entire fundraise. So with each investor, we were diluted. I didn't keep track of those percentages throughout the fundraise.
I may have already asked this, and if I have, I apologize. Is there a contractual relationship between Think Loud Holdings and UFD?
Yes,
What is that contractual relationship?
it has membership interest in the company.
Aside from the membership interest, is there any other contractual relationship?
There is not. May I add to that of course there's the operating agreement.
And how is the operating The operating agreement for which entity?
United Fiber and Data.
And how does the operating agreement for United Fiber and Data implicate ThinkLoud Holdings?
ThinkLoud Holdings is a listed member interest.
Okay, let's turn to UFD and its fundraising efforts. Based on your prior testimony, let me just ask the question. Where did the money to start UFD come from? Was it entirely from your family office and Mr. Appel?
Maybe ask that again. I got distracted. I'm sorry, Josh.
That's okay. The startup capital for UFD, did it come entirely from your family office and Mr. Appel?
The startup capital for United Fiber and Data was provided by BKS, which is Bill Hines' company, and ThinkLoud Holdings, which is our family office.
How much money did BKS invest?
I'm unaware.
Approximately how much money do you think it was?
I'll go back to my previous testimony that the grand total was $26 million.
And that $26 million included some portion from BKS.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you personally guarantee the portion of money contributed by BKS?
I did not.
And the guarantees we were describing earlier, were those guarantees from you personally or your family office?
It was from me personally, and Chad Gracie, and Patrick Dahlheimer, and Bill Hines. I think they called it jointly and severally. That's where you have a law degree. Is that what that's called?
The virtue of a deposition is I get to ask the questions. Did there come a time when UFD first sought the assistance of a third party to assist with fundraising efforts?
Upon the company's inception, there was an implied relationship with ThinkLoud Advisors from day one. As soon as the company needed to raise funds, I took on the leadership role of raising funds for United Fiber and Data.
Aside from the relationship that we've already discussed with ThinkLoud Advisors, did UFD ever engage any investment banks to assist with fundraising efforts?
We did, throughout the time period with United Fiber and Data, we engaged two investment banks. The first was Bank Street, and the second was Olympus.
What do you recall about UFD's engagement with Bank Street?
We met Bank Street in Miami at a telecommunications conference, and hit.
Just for the record, Andrew Paxton is joining for the deposition. I'm sorry, Mr. Taylor, you were starting to explain that you met Bank Street in Miami at a telecommunications conference.
This is correct. We met Bank Street at a telecommunications conference in Miami and had substantive conversations about the best pathway forward to capitalize the large expenditure of building a $30 million pathway in between New York City and Ashburn, Virginia.
And what was strike that? did did UFD engage Bank Street to assist with its fundraising efforts?
We did formalize our agreement with Bank Street to help us fundraise.
And what was Bank Street's assignment specifically?
Bank Street had multiple assignments. First was to look at the process that UFD endeavored, really from our inception, to review the numerous PUC licenses that we had endeavored to secure, to review the franchise agreements, and to also review the substantial amount of contracts that we had secured for United Fiber and Data, and then to identify the best strategy to go out into the capital markets to find either debt or equity to complete the $30 million build of our fiber optic network.
Was Bank Street engaged to raise a specific amount of capital for UFD?
I think first and foremost that Bank Street was engaged to take a look at how we had positioned ourselves and how we had capitalized the company, and then to also help us analyze the best pathway forward to secure the $30 million. So to the best of my knowledge, it was for $30 million.
Tab 2. Order to mark this document as Exhibit 4. And for the record, this is an email with a Word document attached, beginning with dates UFD 013339. Mr. Taylor, do you have the document marked as Exhibit 4 in front of you?
I do have the document in front of me.
And if you turn to the fourth page of the document, the first page of the attachment, do you recognize the attachment?
I do recognize the attachment.
Does this refresh your recollection that Bank Street was engaged by UFD to assist with raising approximately $50 million in capital?
I believe that most investment banks would like to raise more than less. I know that our specific need was $30 million.
Did UFD ask that Bank Street raise $50 million?
That is what's written down here.
Was Bank Street ultimately successful in raising $50 million in capital for UFD?
As you'll recall in my previous testimony, one of the most important aspects of Bank Street was to serve as our advisors in how best to market the capital opportunity. As Bank Street learned more about how we had structured the debt that existed in the company, they advised us that they felt it would be better for us to continue raising smaller equity tranches through things called advisors, to raise the equity value on the balance sheet to be somewhere closer to the debt balance, or to possibly negotiate to transfer the debt that we had acquired into equity into the company.
So just to be clear, Bank Street did not raise $50 million in capital for UFD, correct?
Bank Street did not raise $50 million.
Did Bank Street raise any capital for UFD in connection with this engagement?
I believe I just answered that.
And for the record, please answer yes or no. Did Bank Street raise any capital for UFD?
Bank Street was engaged not only to raise capital, but to also advise us on the best way to market ourselves in the capital markets. They felt it was that we were too soon or too early to actually go out into the markets. And in fact, that their bank was better positioned to raise in large tranches rather than nano cap finance like this.
Okay, I understand, and you've testified to that. My question is very specific. Did Bank Street raise any money for UFD?
Bank Street never attempted to raise any money for United Fiber and Data.
Thank you. And you mentioned that Think Loud Advisors instead would focus on continuing to raise smaller amounts of equity as it had been doing, correct?
I'd like to just say that the Think Loud Advisors at that time, I think that we had started to raise larger tranches of money. So we were reaching out to larger high net worth investors. For clarity on that, we were not reaching out to institutional investors. That was where we were going to depend on Bank Street. So I was adding clarity, by the way, on the word smaller.
Okay, that's fine. Were you involved in the negotiation of the UFD Bank Street engagement letter?
I was involved.
What was your involvement?
I met with the principal partners of Bank Street. I reported back to my partners in United Fiber and Data, Think Loud Advisors, and Think Loud Holdings on their capacity and capabilities and their previous endeavors in raising funds for telco groups like United Fiber and Data.
And you were ultimately the person who signed the engagement letter?
I believe that is correct.
What was your general impression of Bank Street's work?
James Henry was an amazingly astute professional. He understood the industry. He understood the unique challenges that United Fiber and Data faced. And he was also able to provide, to me specifically, some clarity on key objectives of the company, not just in terms of the capital raise, but also business operations and strategic partnerships that might work out in the future.
Who is James Henry?
James Henry is the CEO of Bank Street, or principal director of Bank Street. I'm actually not positive of his title.
Was Mr. Henry your primary contact at Bank Street?
My primary contacts were James Henry and Amy Johnson.
Tab 4, please. Taylor, do you see the document in front of you marked as Exhibit 5?
I do see the document.
And just for the record, Exhibit 5 is UFD 001375. Do you remember sending this email?
I do recall sending this email.
What was the purpose of this email?
I'd like to review it first.
Of course.
I've reviewed it.
Why did you send this email?
One of my primary duties in United Fiber and Data was to be clear and open with my communications with my partners. So this is a communication just identifying that we had met a new potential capital source.
Do you see in the first paragraph, third sentence, where you wrote, having gone through this process with Bank Street, you can imagine how skeptical I am? Do you see that language?
I do see that language.
What about the process with Bank Street made you skeptical?
I was particularly skeptical because I had realized through James Henry's advice that United Fiber and Data was very early into the capital marketplace, and that without the proper marketing strategy in terms of marketing for capital, that United Fiber and Data might possibly be too small for the capital markets.
With respect to Bank Street's engagement, was it your view that Bank Street did everything that it could have done?
It is my view that Bank Street did everything that it could do in terms of positioning us to take us into the marketplace. I was quite satisfied with Bank Street.
You see in the second paragraph of your email, in the second sentence, well, go back one sentence. The second paragraph begins with, David Boris in particular has already introduced us to two multi-billionaires interested in UFD, far more than Bank Street ever did.
That is a factual statement.
Do you have a view as to why Bank Street was unable to have done that?
The decision not to market United Fiber and Data was a joint decision in between Bank Street and our group, where we had looked at the company's balance sheet, in particular how we had positioned the debt of Mr. Appel. And as I mentioned previously, it was decided that we needed to add more equity into the company to balance that out.
Had the company added more equity and balanced that out between its engagement of Bank Street and April 2015?
Yes, we were able to add more equity into the company.
How much more equity did the company add between 2014 and April 2015?
Brian Smith and I, as Think Loud advisors, averaged roughly $150,000 a week in fundraising.
Do you recall, as of March 2014 or thereabout, when UFD engaged Bank Street, what UFD's ratio of equity to debt was?
I do not recall.
Do you recall 13 months later, in April of 2015, what UFD's ratio of equity to debt was?
I do not recall.
Is it your view that it materially improved over the course of that approximately 13-month period?
I would agree that it did materially improve
Why do you say that?
because of our average of $150,000 a week in new investments.
But you can't quantify the extent to which it may have improved, correct?
Not sitting here right now, I'm sure I could quantify it.
In your view, in April 2015, was the company no longer burdened by a significant amount of debt?
I would have never said that the company was burdened by debt. Burden implies a hardship. We have very patient capital.
I'll rephrase. By April 2015, was it your view that the company had an appropriate amount of debt?
When endeavoring to grow a startup company, it was, in particular United Fiber and Data, it was my job to secure capital for the company. To me, the difference between debt or equity made no difference as long as I was achieving my goals and objectives for the company.
Do you recall being told by any investors in April 2015 or later that their view was that the company had too much debt?
I think that each investor that we spoke to, and there were hundreds of investors that we spoke to, all offered different and varying opinions of United Fiber and Data's financial balance sheet. I can't recall specifically any investor calling out the amount of debt.
You don't think any investor, to the best of your memory, raised any concerns about the level of UFD's debt?
We had constant discussions about our balance sheet. But I will also say that from my position within the company, it just was what it was. We needed funds to finance the endeavor. We secured those funds to the best of our ability. Various investors, for example, might have said, well, you should have taken on more equity or more debt, etc. I heard different and varying opinions nearly every day of the week.
Okay. Going back to the document in front of you, the fourth paragraph down, frankly, Cowan and Company reminds me of Bank Street, and even Brian Mass agreed they were the same type of player. Regardless, they're bullish, but just too boxy. What is Cowan and Company?
They are an investment bank.
And why did you reference Cowan and Company in this email?
I referenced Cowan and Company and Bank Street in the same, that they were both designed to raise larger amounts of capital, and that they were probably too large and too big for United Fiber and Data at our point as a startup company.
What did you mean when you wrote, quote, just too boxy, close quote?
That they were boxed into raising mid-cap and above. So say $100 million plus.
It wasn't that they didn't have a family vibe?
I think I just gave you my opinion.
When you wrote in the paragraph above that last sentence, quote, it's a family vibe, small but kick-ass just the way Think Loud is. What were you referring to?
Specifically, I met Frank Berman, Jeffrey's son. He was in the initial meeting. There was a great camaraderie in between Jeffrey and his son. I oftentimes will work with my family members, and it felt communal and small, and that was certainly, heartwarming and very nice to see.
How did UFD first learn about Olympus?
Joel Luxembourg identified Olympus as a potential investment bank.
Who is Joel Luxembourg?
That is a very good question.
I do my best. Do you know who Mr. Luxembourg is?
I know that Mr. Luxembourg represented to me that he was a world-class trumpeter who had toured the world as part of the Grammy Band.
What's the Grammy band?
Grammy. As in the national
The awards.
Yes.
I understand.
Although he may have also been in the Grammy Band. I'm not positive about that.
Whatever that may be. You testified that Mr. Luxembourg represented to me. Do you have
Identified to me.
So you don't. Did you have any suspicion that he wasn't who he represented himself to be?
Yes, I did suspect that he was not a world-class trumpet player.
Why is that?
When I searched for his any record of his music, I couldn't find any. So I searched for videos, I looked on iTunes, or I looked for that, I couldn't find any record of him as a world-class trumpet player.
How is it that Joel Luxembourg was providing recommendations about potential investment bankers to UFD?
I'm unaware of why he was providing that information to you in our property data.
Did he provide the recommendation about Olympus to you?
He did.
Was that the first time you had ever spoken with Joel Luxembourg?
No. I had spent many hours talking to Joel about his love for jazz and our common love for jazz and many of the jazz musicians that we appreciated.
What did Mr. Luxembourg tell you about Olympus?
Joel Luxembourg told me that Jeffrey Berman and he had worked on a previous engagement that was unfruitful, but that he liked Jeffrey Berman and felt he was a contact worthy of me meeting.
And just briefly returning to Mr. Luxembourg, aside from discussing your mutual affection for jazz music with Mr. Luxembourg, did you have a business relationship with Mr. Luxembourg?
I have no business relationship with Joel.
How did Mr. Luxembourg initially make contact with you?
Mr. Luxembourg was introduced to me via a company in Los Angeles called crowdfunder.com.
And what were you told about Mr. Luxembourg by Crowdfunder?
I was told that Joel was a world-class musician who was also an entrepreneur and that we may possibly have things in common.
And then a relationship subsequently developed between you and Mr. Luxembourg?
That's a correct statement.
What is Crowdfunder?
Crowdfunder.com is a website portal that does crowdfunding.
Does UFD have a relationship with Crowdfunder.com?
It does not.
Has crowdfunder.com raised any money for UFD?
They have not.
Did UFD ever ask crowdfunder.com to raise money for UFD?
No.
So after Mr. Luxembourg made his recommendation to you about Olympus, did you then initiate contact with Olympus?
Mr. Luxembourg initiated the contact.
How did he do so?
He made a phone call.
Do you know who he spoke with at Olympus?
I do not.
What happened after Mr. Luxembourg reached out to Olympus?
Myself, Chuck Gracie, and my father, David Taylor, took a meeting with Jeffrey Berman and Frank Berman.
Do you recall when that meeting took place?
I don't. I will say that it was in the evening. It was at the end of a workday, so probably 5 or 6 p.m., but I can't recall the specific date.
Mr. Taylor, do you see the document in front of you marked as Exhibit 6?
I do see the document.
And while you're reviewing the document for the record, the document is date stamped OS 0002372. Does this document refresh your recollection about when you initially met with Mr. Berman?
The document does not particularly refresh my memory.
Do you believe, based on the document, that you may have met with Mr. Berman on April 16th, 2015?
I'd like some more time to review the document.
Of course.
It appears to me that we did meet on April 15th, 2015, or April 16th, I'm sorry.
What do you recall about that meeting?
I recall that Jeffrey Berman had a clear, warm relationship with his son, Frank, and that Frank was trying to get a job in the music industry, and I suspected that Mr. Berman was highly interested in the United Fiber and data offering, and also highly interested in securing a relationship, in particular with me.
Why do you say in particular with you as opposed to UFD more generally?
Mr. Berman was clearly enamored with the band.
What's the basis for your testimony that he was clearly enamored with the band?
I would say after 33 years of being a celebrity, I sort of know when somebody is more interested in the celebrity or the connectivity of the band than possibly me as a person.
What about his behavior at that initial meeting gave you that impression?
He really talked up the fact that his son was looking to get a job within the music industry, and had even mentioned during the meeting that, you know, might be helpful if I could use some of my connectivity for his son in exchange for his services to help me secure funding for United Fiber and Data.
Did you ask Mr. Berman if he was a fan of the band Live?
I did not.
Do you know if he's a fan of the band Live?
It doesn't make any difference to me.
Did Mr. Berman's behavior at that initial meeting turn you off from doing business with him or his company?
I felt warmly connected to Jeffrey Berman and his son Frank, and I think that he was warm and welcoming and receptive to my relationship with my father, who was also in the room. And there was a general feel good when we ended the meeting.
How do you reconcile the general good feelings at the end of the meeting with your testimony a moment ago about how Mr. Berman was more interested in your celebrity than you as a person?
It's very typical when you're a celebrity that people can't separate the two. And so that's just a general reality and a general norm for me. Family members even can act the same way. So I wouldn't hold that against Mr. Berman.
You testified that your father, Jeffrey Berman, and Frank Berman were at that initial meeting. Were there any other attendees?
Joel Luxembourg walked in and out of the room several times. He was handling other business.
Was anyone else at that initial meeting?
I think Chad Gracie was there as well. But yes, that's correct. Chad Gracie was there.
Do you recall if anyone participated in the meeting remotely by phone video conference?
No one else participated in the meeting.
Aside from discussions about family, what else was discussed at that initial meeting?
We talked about my lengthy journey from my earliest days as a musician to evolving into a businessman. My love of my hometown of York, Pennsylvania, and my desire to create jobs here. We spoke at length about the trials and tribulations associated specifically with the telecommunications industry. Mr. Berman shared with me at the time that he had done a massive multi-billion-dollar fundraise for a company called Global Crossing, and that he helped make the leader of Global Crossing the world's fastest billionaire.
Did you discuss who the investors in UFD at the time were?
We did not.
Did you discuss Mr. Appel?
We did discuss Mr.
Describe the discussion about Mr. Appel.
Well, in describing the journey of, you know, starting my band at the age of 13, and my evolution into a businessman, what an essential part of my life Mr. Appel had been, that he was really more than even a mentor, that in fact he had acted very much like a grandfather to me, had always served to help protect me, sometimes from myself. You know, I was very young when I started, and he used to always say to me, you know, when you reach my age, you'll understand why I'm trying to protect you now, etc. And of course, having my father in the room and having Jeffrey's son in the room, it was natural to talk about Mr. Appel. In fact, his family history with my family, my grandmother, Mary Lou Taylor, first met Mr. Appel and worked on a publishing deal together where they published a book. So there's a very long professional history with Mr. Appel, and of course Jeffrey was, happy to hear that. That was a part of, the extension of with his relationship with his own family. There was definitely a sense of family community in the room.
Did you tell Mr. Berman that Mr. Appel was an investor in UFD at that initial meeting?
I told Mr. Berman Mr. Appel was a partner. He was not an investor in UFD at the time. He was a partner.
Did you explain what you meant by a partner?
I would assume that someone with the sophistication of Jeffrey Berman would understand what a partner in the company is.
What's your definition of a partner in a company like Mr. Appel at that time?
Someone that's legally bound to the company.
Did Mr. Appel have an equity interest in UFD in April 2015?
He did.
And did you tell Mr. Berman that Mr. Appel had an equity interest in the company at the time?
Yes, when I identified him as a partner.
Do you remember anything else about that meeting?
I can remember I was awfully hungry. Lightheaded, long day. Meeting with investment bankers. It was a very long day. This happened at the very end of the day, basically after office hours.
Why did the meeting take place after the ordinary business day?
That's when Joe Luxembourg set up the time for the meeting.
After the meeting on April 15th with Olympus, when were you next in contact with Olympus?
I believe that Olympus reached out to me, that Jeffrey Berman specifically reached out to me and told me that he had a substantial conversation with David Boris, and that David Boris was excited to learn more about United Fiber and Data and had identified some potential investors.
What did Mr. Berman tell you about Mr. Boris
He told
during
me
that phone call?
I'm sorry, Joe.
That's okay.
Mr. Berman told me very little about Mr. Boris during that phone call.
What did he tell you about Mr. Boris during that phone call?
That Mr. Boris was very interested in United Fiber and Data and already identified 2 potential investors.
Do you recall who those 2 potential investors were?
That information was not revealed to me.
Following the phone call that you just mentioned, did you subsequently meet with Mr. Berman again in person?
Throughout the entire time of our relationship,
I'll clarify. Do you recall a second meeting with Olympus later in April?
I don't recall a specific meeting.
Do you recall a second meeting with Olympus in New York City?
I do not.
Taylor, do you see the document in front of you that's been marked as Exhibit 7?
I do see the document.
For the record, Exhibit 7 is UFD 015256. Mr. Taylor, do you see the top email in the document where Mr. Berman writes, "First off, thanks so much for spending so much time with us today"?
I do see that sentence.
Does that refresh your recollection about having a second meeting with Olympus on April 23rd, 2015?
I still don't particularly recall having the meeting.
You have no recollection of meeting with Olympus on April 23rd in New York City?
I have no recollection of this particular meeting. Judging from, I do recall having dinner with Mr. Berman, but I have no recollection of the meeting itself.
When do you think that dinner took place that you just referenced?
Based on the email, I would think April 22nd.
Could the dinner have also taken place following the initial meeting on April 15th? You mentioned that you were very hungry at that meeting.
To be honest with you, I'm not sure whether we had the dinner after the initial meeting or after this potential meeting. I just honestly don't know.
Fair enough. Do you recall meeting with Olympus in New York City more than once?
I don't recall meeting with Olympus more than once in New York City. I know I recall the initial meeting.
Do you recall the next time that you met with Olympus after the initial meeting that we've discussed that took place on April 15th?
I recall meeting with Olympus, specifically with Jeffrey Berman and David Boris, Stephen Berman, and I believe Frank Berman at 210 York Street in New York.
When do you believe that meeting took place?
Sometime after the first meeting.
What do you recall being discussed at the meeting that took place in York?
I recall having discussions with Olympus about their strategy to market United Fiber and Data to institutional investors. I recall having the opportunity to meet and interface with Stephen Berman, Jeffries, I don't know what Jeffries' relative, I forgot where he is in the process there. I recall introducing Jeffrey Berman and David Boris to various partners in my company and various employees and giving them a tour of the building, etc.
Who do you recall attending the meeting on the UFD side?
I was there. I believe Jack Gracie was there. I believe Andrew Paxton was there. Bill Hines may have walked into the meeting and introduced himself, but to the best of my knowledge, he didn't attend the meeting.
Do you recall whether Olympus's potential engagement was discussed during that meeting in York?
We definitely discussed the previous engagement of Bank Street and their advice to us that we were too early to go into the market. We discussed the unique challenges of our balance sheet. And most important, we discussed the importance of creating jobs in our hometown of New York, Pennsylvania.
What do you recall Olympus saying in connection with the discussion about UFD's prior engagement of Bank Street and the advice it had provided?
I don't recall what they might have offered about Bank Street. Bank Street took up very little time in the conversation.
What took up?
Specifically, Bank Street's engagement took very little time. I believe that it was Mr. Boris said that it seemed like United Fiber and Data was too early and not the right fit for a larger investment bank like Bank Street, and that UFD would be better suited for a smaller group like Olympus.
What took up more of the time if the discussion about Bank Street did not take up very much time?
The vast majority of the conversation was about how to position the company best in the capital marketplace, and identifying who would become ultimately the point person, given the fact that Think Law Advisors had served as the fundraising point person for United Fiber and Data for such a long time period. We wanted to make sure that we carved out clear swimming lanes where Think Loud Advisors, of course, could continue its fundraising, and that we also wouldn't interfere with the institutions that David Boris and Jeffrey Berman were telling us that they had connectivity to.
And we'll focus on that subject shortly. But returning to the items that you recall discussing, what about the unique challenges associated with UFD's balance sheet?
This would
Did
refer.
you discuss at the meeting?
I'm sorry, Josh. I thought you were done talking. Maybe you should ask the question again.
Sure. What about the unique challenges associated with UFD's balance sheet? Do you recall discussing at that meeting?
Specifically, how we had gained capital to build the line in Lower Manhattan and acquire the licenses, franchise rights, marketing, etc.
How is that a, quote, unique challenge?
Telco groups are difficult startups in that it requires a large basket of initial capital to actually capitalize on the contracts. And at this point, I think we had over $100 million in contracts in the basket. And so we had to figure out a way to either raise equity or mezzanine debt or even senior debt to deploy $30 million to build the line. And so in order to realize the value of the contracts, it was essential that we spend the money to build the line.
Was one of the unique challenges associated with UFD's balance sheet the amount of debt that was on the balance sheet?
That wasn't a particularly unique challenge to a telco group. I think it was a unique challenge to figure out how to market that.
What was Olympus's advice with respect to marketing that aspect of UFD?
I don't recall their advice.
Did UFD have a strategy to explain to investors the level of debt on UFD's balance sheet?
There was no particular strategy. The one core thing that we believed in is being open and transparent with all investors.
Do you believe that UFD's financial statements were at all times accurate and complete?
I do believe that.
When was the decision ultimately made to engage Olympus by UFD?
Now, I'm not positive the exact moment that the decision was made.
How was that decision made? Was there a board discussion at UFD?
There was no formalized board meeting to engage with Olympus. I certainly took counsel from the various partners in Think Loud Advisors, who was consulting us on how to move forward with this. I certainly consulted with the partners in United Fiber and Data. I consulted with my partners in Think Loud Holdings. In each case, looking for signs of affirmation or of positivity regarding their feelings towards Boris and Berman's fiduciary expertise. And I think that I recall making several phone calls to review specifically the fact that we had tremendous momentum at the time fundraising, that I wanted to make sure from Brian Smith, George Taylor, Dixon Carmindro, and a whole series of people that had been helping us fundraise, that they felt that Boris and Berman would in fact increase and enhance the company's ability to capitalize itself, and make sure that we didn't make a misstep with aligning ourselves with an investment bank, for example, like Bank Street. It was too big or not the right fit. It was eventually identified that, in particular because the engagement with Boris and Berman was short-term, and they had also identified some potential investors that it was worthy of pursuing.
Used the phrase fiduciary expertise a moment ago. What do you mean by that phrase?
It was represented to me by David Boris and Jeffrey Berman that they were accredited investor advisors and that they had years and years of experience as investment bankers, and that they would bring that investment expertise to our fold.
Did they ever use the language fiduciary?
certain whether they did or didn't.
You mentioned at that meeting that Olympus identified 2 potential investors, but you don't recollect sitting here today who they were.
I know that in the very first phone call where I was introduced to David Boris, that Mr. Boris offered that he had 2 investors, one that was looking to seed $25 to $35 million and was willing to stand by and be patient capital, and the other one was looking to seed $45 to $100 million. But in both cases, the name was withheld.
And do you believe that phone call that you just referenced with Mr. Boris took place before the meeting with Olympus in York?
I do believe that took place.
At the meeting in York, did Mr. Boris identify the 2 investors he had previously referenced?
We had actually done several phone calls before then, and Mr. Boris had identified Stephen Cohen as one of the world's wealthiest men and one of the world's most sophisticated investors. And he did not identify the second person that he claimed to be a multi-billionaire. However, I did have a phone call with a gentleman that was part of, I think it's IG Partners, Tattinger, I think is his last name. He had been previously involved with Digital Realty Trust.
And you were introduced to that person through Olympus?
Through David Boris. Just for my own clarification, is David Boris a part of Olympus?
Again, this is an opportunity for me to ask questions.
Okay.
Going back to the decision to engage Olympus, was it a unanimous decision?
It was not a unanimous decision.
Who was opposed to engaging Olympus?
Bill Hines was opposed to engaging Olympus.
Was Bill Hines the only person who you consulted with who was opposed to engaging Olympus?
As I stated previously, Bill Hines is my primary partner, and so he's the person that I rely on the most for advice and business partnership. So he was the opinion that, in my opinion, mattered most.
Okay. But with respect to the question, was Bill Hines the only person who you consulted with about engaging Olympus who was opposed to the idea of engaging Olympus?
That's a correct statement.
Why was Mr. Hines opposed to engaging Olympus?
Mr. Hines was thrilled with the progress that Think Loud Advisors was making on fundraising, and he felt that it was too soon for an outside investment bank. He felt that we may run into some of the same problems that we ran into Bank Street in terms of positioning ourselves in the marketplace, and he just asked me to double check that he felt that Boris and Berman would be able to work with our unique circumstance, and also be able to identify real tangible players who would be excited about building jobs in York, Pennsylvania.
Why did you ultimately decide to engage Olympus, notwithstanding Bill Hines's opposition?
Since Think Loud Advisors believes in a strategy of identifying individual investors rather than institutional investors, I felt that UFD needed to engage with larger institutional investors who would not be able to potentially seed just this initial round of the 30 million, but something greater in the long run, so that we could continue to build and grow the company. I was trying to take a long view rather than a short view. I should also note at this time that we had already started to build out in Lower Manhattan, and the company had gone from being, a concept to an actual operational company. And Bill was charged with the operational side of the company, and he was thriving and succeeding over there. The fundraise at Think Loud Advisors was thriving and succeeding. I think that Mr. Hines feared that Olympus would slow down our momentum.
Did Mr. Hines express concern about losing control if a large institutional investor was to invest in UFD?
We did not have that conversation.
Did Mr. Hines express any concern about how institutional investors might react to learning about his prior criminal convictions?
He did not.
How did Mr. Hines react to your decision to engage Olympus, notwithstanding his counsel?
Mr. Hines remained skeptical about the notion that there was some silver platter investor like Mr. Boris and Mr. Berman had lined up, as in there was some sort of golden goose lying out there. Mr. Hines felt that that was Olympus's best marketing strategy to get us to sign and engage the letter to induce their services. He was concerned that, for example, that Stephen Cohen, while an extremely wealthy man, etc., may not have the time to even contemplate or consider an investment in United Fiber and Data. He also questioned Olympus's true connectivity to Stephen Cohen. I believe at the time, we were fairly naive about who the character Stephen Cohen was.
Explain that further.
Once Olympus was engaged and we went further into our relationship and we were introduced to Cohen Private Ventures, Jerry Elliott, Vivian Tong, and their group, of course we all started doing research on who Stephen Cohen was. I was particularly impressed by the guy's billion-dollar art collection, and he owned a tremendous amount of Jeff Koons, who is live from York, Pennsylvania. And it was through my interest sort of in the art side that I began to discover, various journalistic articles that painted Mr. Cohen as an insider trader who had been levied with the largest fine in the history of the SEC, which, as you can imagine, was alarming for me to discover that my investment bankers would pledge us towards somebody that was so nefarious.
When did you learn about the allegations that were made relating to insider trading against Stephen A. Cohen?
I don't know the exact date I learned. I know that when I learned, I wrote a 3.5 or 4-page email outlining to everyone in my company really the horrible attributes that I learned through various articles in the Wall Street Journal, in the Washington Post, in the New Yorker. These are all credible news sources, and it was very alarming. I remember during that time that I thought it was particularly egregious that one of the partners under Mr. Cohen's leadership was serving, I think, 9 years in prison. That seemed extreme by any and all counts.
Are you And you learned all of these facts from public news articles, correct?
I learned the vast majority of facts from one extremely, imagine my dyslexia, and reading, the New Yorker with its fine print, but one extremely long due diligence session. It was, it was alarming to say the least.
No one hid these news stories from you at any time, did they?
I think it'd be better to say that no one offered to tell me that Stephen Cohen had paid the largest fine to the SEC in the history of the federal government.
You weren't aware of that fact,
I was not aware of that fact.
and no one at UFD was aware of that fact.
And no one at UFD was aware of that fact.
Do you read the Wall Street Journal with any regularity?
I don't.
Do you know if Mr. Hines reads the Wall Street Journal with any regularity?
I can't speak to Mr. Hines' reading habits.
Should we take our lunch break?
Sure, as good a time as any. Mr. Taylor, just circling back on two quick items, have you read any of the deposition transcripts that have come out of depositions in this matter?
I have not.
And with respect to the $5 million investment from Mr. Appel into ThinkLab Holdings that we were discussing earlier, was anyone paid a commission for helping to raise that financing?
It wasn't an investment. It was a loan.
I'll clarify, was anyone paid a commission in connection with helping to secure the loan for Mr. Appel?
No, because I led that particular negotiation on behalf of ThinkLoud Advisors, and it would be viewed amongst my partners sort of as double dipping if I took commissions on my own companies. So Brian Smith, though, that would be a totally different scenario. So, for example, if I fundraised for an outside company that wasn't one of my own companies, then I would make a commission.
Okay, I understand that. Do you view the relationship with Mr. Appel as originating with you? Are you the one who was responsible for its genesis?
I think my grandmother is responsible for its genesis.
And I know we touched on this briefly before, but can you explain why you say that?
My grandmother introduced me to Mr. Appel.
I see. And then you helped develop the relationship after that introduction from your grandmother.
Yeah, I mean, guys, we're talking all the way back to I don't know, whatever, early high school.
I understand.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess you could call that developing a relationship. Basically, the guy was like a grandfather to me.
Okay, understood.
Most people don't develop a relationship with their grandfather, it just begins that way, and that's exactly how it worked with me.
You previously testified that you were involved in negotiating the engagement letter between UFD and Olympus, correct?
That is correct.
Was anyone else from UFD involved in that process?
Not to the best of my knowledge.
To the best of your knowledge, did Mr. Hines play any role in the negotiation of the UFD Olympus engagement letter?
He did not.
Did you discuss the negotiating process relating to the engagement letter with Mr. Hines?
I did not.
Were you involved in drafting the UFD Olympus engagement letter?
I was not involved in drafting the engagement letter.
Who was involved on the UFD side with drafting the engagement letter?
We received the engagement letter from Jeffrey Berman.
Understood. Did you directly edit the document to provide comment back to Olympus?
I passed our lawyer's red lines to Jeffrey Berman. I acted as a conduit.
So you directly were not putting proposed edits into the document.
I did not insert any language into the document.
And when you referred to your lawyers,
Specifically
lawyers
Andrew
specifically?
Paxton. Specifically Andrew Paxton.
and did Mr. Paxton represent UFD in connection with the negotiation of the UFD Olympus engagement letter?
That is correct.
Did you read the final version of the engagement letter in its entirety?
At what time?
Prior to execution.
To the best of my knowledge, I read the entire document.
Did you have an opportunity to discuss the document with your counsel before executing it?
I did.
We have pre-marked the following document as Exhibit 8. Mr. Taylor, do you have the document that is marked as Exhibit 8 in front of you?
It is in front of me.
And for the record, that document is UFD 015589. Do you recognize the document that is attached to the cover email, starting on the third page?
I recognize the document.
This is the engagement letter between UFD and Olympus.
It appears to be that.
If you would turn to the page ending 9-3,
Yes.
is that your signature on the lower left-hand side of the document?
That is my signature.
And you'll note that each page of the attachment to the document has initials in the corner. Does the CT initial stand for Chad Taylor?
That is what the initials stand for.
And if you recall initialing each page of the engagement letter
I
as
do.
part of
I do
the-
recall. I'm sorry, Josh.
as part of the process of executing the engagement letter.
I recall initialing the engagement letter, yes.
If you turn back to the first page of the document, the cover email, the email that's earliest in time at the bottom of the first page is from David Taylor, who is Mr. David Taylor.
That's my father.
And what was Mr. David Taylor's role at UFD?
He is obviously my top family advisor. He's my father.
Does he strike that at the time of this email, April 30, 2015, did he have a title at UFD?
I'm unaware of his title.
Was he an employee at this time of UFD?
To the best of my knowledge, he was an employee at that time.
He was a little.
Was. Sorry.
Did Mr. David Taylor play a role in negotiating the engagement letter between Olympus and UFD?
He did not.
Do you know why Mr. David Taylor is the individual in this email who is sending the engagement letter to Olympus?
So, in Think Loud Advisors, we had established sort of a hierarchy on how we were going to handle investor communications, specifically pertaining to United Fiber and Data, and my dad handled all investor communications and would relate anything back to me that was substantial.
Was Mr. David Taylor here acting on behalf of Think Loud Advisors?
Certainly in some capacity.
His email address is ufd.com in his email, correct?
Actually, it says Think Loud Development.
His email address is ufd.com, correct?
Yes, he did have a UFD.com email address.
And Think Loud Advisors has a different email suffix, correct?
It would be under the Think Loud moniker. So, for example, it says david.taylor at thinkloudllc.com.
Generally, what do you recall about the negotiations over the engagement letter? How did the process unfold?
I recall that Jeffrey Berman initially sent me his engagement letter and asked me to take a look at it. I think that was right about the time that I received the news about my stepfather. I remember that Jeffrey seemed awfully anxious to get this engagement letter signed, in my opinion. Too anxious, and that actually made me nervous.
How did he seem too anxious to you?
Multiple emails, multiple phone calls, etc., about one document that I hadn't even had a chance to review.
Did you tell Mr. Berman that you needed to focus on other things and that he shouldn't bother you?
I asked my father to call him and tell him that, and he did.
Did your father describe the discussion that he had with Mr. Berman to you?
He did not.
You ultimately did sign the engagement letter, correct?
That's correct.
So your anxiousness ultimately subsided?
I think I used the term nervous. Might be a little bit different than anxious. It did subside, but I mean, there was always concern about Jeffrey Berman and David Boris's ability to, do the things that they told us that they could do. I mean, I think that's natural for any relationship.
But you were willing to give them a shot.
That's correct.
Do you recall whether any terms in the draft engagement letters that were circulated were particularly the subject of negotiation between UFD and Olympus?
I didn't read the red line drafts.
what role did you play, if any, with respect to negotiating the engagement letter prior to signing it?
I was a pass-through conduit in between Andrew Paxton and Jeffrey.
Did you have any substantive discussions with Mr. Berman about the terms of the engagement letter?
We had a few conversations just outlining each other's intent. One of the things that we talked about was the fact that obviously I had Think Loud Advisors and I wanted to continue fundraising. And his concern, of course, was that we wouldn't step on their toes in terms of dealing with institutional investors. I had made it clear that we hadn't approached any institutions up until that point, large institutions for clarity. They were the primary concerns.
Okay.
I think I used the word swimming lanes earlier.
Okay. Do you recall any discussion about whether the UFD Olympus engagement would be exclusive?
We definitely had a talk that we weren't going to go out and engage another investment bank during the time period that we were doing that. However, we of course had the discussion that Think Loud Advisors existed and that we had to continue fundraising.
Do you have an understanding of what it means for an engagement to be exclusive?
Sure, I play exclusive engagements all the time.
In the context of the UFD Olympus engagement letter, what is your understanding of the term exclusive?
What I definitely understand is that it doesn't say exclude.
My question is a little different. In the context of the UFD Olympus engagement, what is your understanding of the term exclusive?
I've done my best to answer that question.
I don't think you have. Do you have an understanding of what the term exclusive in the engagement letter means?
I think I have my interpretation and understanding of it. I've tried to state that.
Please state that again. What is your interpretation and understanding of the term exclusive in the engagement letter?
My understanding was that we were not going to hire another investment bank like Olympus.
Do you have an understanding of what a non-exclusive engagement would mean?
I had never taken the time to contemplate that.
Do you recall that the initial draft of the UFD Olympus engagement letter was non-exclusive?
I think I stated previously I didn't read the drafts, I just forwarded them to our legal counsel.
So you did not know that, correct?
I don't understand the question.
Did you know that the initial version of the draft engagement letter was non-exclusive?
I certainly couldn't know it if I didn't read it.
That's what I'm asking. So you didn't know, correct?
I don't know if I understand the question.
Are you asking him if he knew whether the word exclusive was in that draft or not? I think he has not seen it or doesn't remember it. Maybe we can show him.
Tab 6.
Yeah.
Mr. Taylor, do you see the document in front of you marked as Exhibit 9?
I did.
And for the record, that is UFT 015175, cover email with an attached Word document. Do you recall receiving the email at the top on April 22, 2015?
I don't particularly recall receiving it on that date. I do recall receiving the email.
Do you recall whether this was the initial draft version of the engagement letter provided by Olympus?
I had no idea.
If you turn to the second page of the document, which is the first page of the draft engagement letter, in the first paragraph, 3 lines up from the bottom, you see it says, the finder's engagement under this agreement shall be non-exclusive.
I do see that.
Do you have any recollection sitting here today that the draft engagement letter contained the language non-exclusive?
I definitely didn't read it at that time. I can clearly read that those words are in this document.
But you didn't know it at the time because you did not read the document.
That's correct.
Do you recall any discussion with Olympus about whether the engagement should be exclusive or non-exclusive?
I do not recall having those discussions.
Do you recall any discussion of Mr. Appel in connection with whether the engagement letter was exclusive or non-exclusive?
We didn't discuss any of the partners when discussing the engagement letter.
You don't recall Olympus expressing concern about the possibility of an existing investor investing in Olympus, in UFD, after Olympus had already done work?
I think you want to reread your question.
I appreciate that. I'll rephrase. You don't recall, do you recall Olympus, do you recall UFD, no, I'm sorry. Do you recall Olympus expressing concern about whether it would be compensated if an existing investor in UFD decided to invest during the term of Olympus's engagement?
We did have a discussion that all existing investors would have the opportunity to invest via Think Loud Advisors.
Did you discuss whether those existing investors would be carved out of the exclusivity provision in the engagement letter?
Ask the question again.
Did you discuss with Olympus whether UFD's existing investors would be carved out of the exclusivity provision in the engagement letter?
Our discussion was that all existing partners, Appel, Hines, Taylor, Dahlheimer, and our existing investors would have nothing to do with Olympus. Or their fundraising. We hired Olympus to identify new investors. They were hired specifically to be finders and to identify new investors, not to actually deal with any of our existing investors. That was Think Loud Advisors' job. And that was my role within Think Loud Advisors, to deal with all of my partners and our existing investors.
Did you tell that to Olympus?
Of course.
Who at Olympus did you tell that to?
Jeffrey Borman, David Boris.
When did you tell them that?
would probably say every single meeting that I ever had with them.
What do you remember about, strike that, how did Olympus respond to your statement that existing investors in UFD wouldn't be covered by the engagement letter?
They were thrilled with the progress that we had made with Think Loud Advisors. They were thrilled that we had already obviously successfully paid investment advisory services or fundraising services commissions to other people, that we had a proven past and history of doing that, and they were happy to work with us in essentially in identifying new investors. And that, you know, in fact, there was some concern on their side. It was really the polar opposite, that they wouldn't be forced to deal with or address existing investors or existing partners. They made it very clear to me, for example, that they didn't want to be obligated to reporting to those investors, etc. And I made it clear that that had been my role in Think Loud Advisors, Think Loud Holdings, and United Fiber and Data.
So from your perspective, Olympus was thrilled with the idea that it could do its work, identify potential investments, and then an existing investor could then potentially offer superior terms, and Olympus would not be compensated at all for the investment made by that existing investor?
That didn't sound like a question, it sounded like a statement.
I'll read the question again. So from your perspective, was it acceptable to Olympus that it could do its work, identify potential investments, and then an existing investor in UFD could potentially offer superior terms, and Olympus would not be compensated for that investment?
From my perspective, that is correct.
You don't recall Mr. Berman and Mr. Boris explaining to you that they did not want Olympus to be used as a stalking horse by UFD to eventually raise money from its existing investors?
You'll have to start over.
Do you recall any discussions with Olympus where Olympus expressed concern that UFD could use any investors that Olympus identified as a stalking horse?
I've never heard that term in my life.
Do you recall any discussions with Olympus where Olympus expressed concerns that UFD could point to potential investors identified by Olympus to encourage its existing investors to invest instead?
I don't recall that.
previously discussed the UFD Bank Street engagement letter. Do you recall that?
I recall discussing it.
Do you recall whether that engagement was exclusive or non-exclusive?
I do not recall.
Do you recall any discussion about whether that agreement would be exclusive or non-exclusive with Bank Street?
I do not recall it specifically, but I do know that, of course, that Think Loud Holdings, Think Loud Advisors, and our fundraising services existed forever in United Fiber and Data, so I'm positive that we had the conversation with Bank Street that we, of course, would continue to raise.
Do you remember having that conversation?
I'm sorry, you'd have to tell me with the conversation again.
Are you speculating that you think you would have discussed UFD's pre-existing fundraising efforts with Bank Street, or do you actually remember having those discussions?
I'm not speculating.
So you have a specific recollection sitting here today of discussing.
Think Loud Advisors with Bank Street? Yes, absolutely. In fact, Brian Smith attended that meeting, part of Think Loud Advisors with Bank Street.
Do you recall discussing that UFD's existing investors would be carved out of the exclusivity provision in the Bank Street engagement?
I don't recall.
Jumping ahead just for a moment, do you recall that UFD referred investors to Olympus after signing the engagement letter?
I recall that we forwarded institutional investors and possibly a few high net worth individuals towards Olympus. Our general understanding going into this was that I'm familiar with this document.
Okay. Just want to ask you about language at the bottom of the email, the second paragraph from the bottom of the first page. If the choice is to go it alone, do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Carmindro wrote, we're looking at going back to 25K, 50K, 100,000 chunks. What was Mr. Carmindro referring to there?
He's offering his opinion.
And what is your understanding of the opinion that he's offering?
Based on limited news and information on the company, I guess he felt that we would continue to raise in smaller incremental investments.
Who's Jerry Elliott?
Jerry Elliott was reported to me to be an executive personally representing Stephen Cohen and his family office and all the subsidiaries of Stephen Cohen.
What was your understanding? Strike that. Did you have an understanding that Mr. Elliott would be involved with managing UFD if CPV was to make an investment in UFD?
Cohen had proposed potentially using Jerry Elliott as a manager.
That wasn't a condition for any investment by CPV that Mr. Elliott run UFD?
To the best of my knowledge, that was not a condition.
the advisors who you consulted with about the investment proposal from CPV have a view regarding quality of Mr. Elliott's management prowess?
I received underwhelming reviews of Jerry Elliott's ability to run a telco group. In fact, Mr. Appel had invested into one of Jerry Elliott's previous companies, and Jerry Elliott underperformed in his opinion.
What company was that?
I'm unaware of Mr. Appel's investments.
So Mr. Appel told you that Mr. Elliott had been in charge of a company he had previously invested in but didn't identify the company?
He did not identify the company. He did say it was a telco group, and that Jerry Elliott had been proven to be a poor leader.
Aside from Mr. Appel, did any of the other UFD advisors you consulted with about the CPV proposal have a view about Mr. Elliott?
Yes, one of my advisors was Ryan Reeder with UBS Bank. Two of his partners were the founders of Qualcomm, and both of the founders of Qualcomm gave Jerry Elliott thumbs down, unequivocal thumbs down reviews.
Did Charlie Jacobs express a view to you about Mr. Elliott potentially running UFD?
I don't specifically recall talking to Mr. Jacobs about Jerry Elliott. However, I do see that on my summary here that I mentioned that he saw his opinion was that Jerry Elliott was an experienced telco CEO, and that my framing of how I was thinking about the deal might want to look differently. I should just want to note that that does not represent my thinking.
Did UFD have something called a finance committee in 2015?
United Fiber and Data did not have a finance committee. However, I did ask Brian Smith and George Taylor and Dixon Carmindro to advise me specifically from Think Loud Advisors as a finance committee on United Fiber and Data. I want to be clear.
And you referred to this group as a finance committee for United Fiber and Data, correct?
That's a little F and a little C. They had no authority in the company other than to just give me their opinions. I will be, pretty straight up at this point. I wanted to create a feel-good marketing opportunity with the people that had done such a tremendous job raising funds for us. For example, when George Taylor met with Mr. Appel, he was instrumental in, keeping Mr. Appel's support alive for the company. George shared his belief in the company with Mr. Appel. Dixon Carmindro had brought numerous investors, very sophisticated investors, to the table. His belief in my company and in our effort to impact the community of York was essential. And then, of course, with Brian Smith, this was a very long battle. And so the term finance committee was a way to reward them for the heavy lifting and the hard work that they had done up to that point. But I want to make it clear on the UFD side, that was not an official committee. They were not compensated for that, and had no official capacity in the company.
I appreciate that fulsome explanation. I would just note that my question was, and you referred to this group as a finance committee for United Fiber and Data, correct?
Can you tell where I referred? Are you referring to a document? I'm sorry, Josh, I just got lost.
I was referring to a document. My point in my prior statement was just that it was a narrow question, and your free to answer the question to the extent it's responsive as you feel appropriate.
And
But
I've done
the
that.
But the
You're referring
deposition,
to a document that's not in front of the witness. I'm not sure how he's supposed to answer the question.
to complete my thought, this deposition might go faster if you answer the question that's asked rather than expanding and giving the opportunity to follow up as appropriate.
Are you in a hurry, Josh?
I'm not. I'm happy to be here all
Well,
night.
then how about you not rush me?
Okay. Did the Finance Committee consider the CPV investment proposal?
I'm unaware specifically what they did or did not do. I know that in each case, I spoke to them at length regarding my feelings about Cohen. Of course, they had their own particular feelings. And I asked them to express their feelings openly.
Did you ask them to consider the merits of the investment proposal from CPV?
I think that the term merits maybe refers to specific things within the document. I think I was asking for them to take a global look and a global picture and let me know what they thought about the company's potential to raise and find alternative solutions. What's very clear here is that I've taken the position with the Finance Committee that I am not personally bullish on Cohen. I think it's a mistake. I authored the 3.5-page document documenting my disapproval specifically to the Finance Committee. And I think that this is their rebuttal.
By this, you're referring to the exhibit in front of you?
Yeah, Exhibit 17. And this, when I say this, it's specifically Dixon Carmindro's rebuttal. Which I want to make clear clearly does not represent the opinion of George Taylor, who called me on the backside of this document and said, I have no idea what Dixon was thinking. We can continue to raise these funds on our own, and we don't need to take on a nefarious person like Stephen Cohen.
Was it in Mr. George Taylor's interest for UFD not to accept CPV's proposal?
I would have to speculate about interest. I have no idea.
Had UFD accepted the CPV proposal, would it have continued raising money with George Taylor?
Also speculation.
I have no idea what the future would have brought.
Did the Finance Committee as a group ever present a consensus view to you concerning the CPV investment proposal?
They were divided. George Taylor was fiercely opposed to Cohen. Brian Smith encouraged me, like Mr. Shin, for example, to follow my heart and figure out where I wanted to go. He said it was your company, your vision. And Dixon Carmindro here clearly outlines that he was in support of Cohen.
Did the Finance Committee report its views to UFD's board?
It did not. It was not due to report to the board, as I mentioned previously. The Finance Committee was due to report to me.
Did you
And that was in my capacity as Think Loud advisor.
report the views expressed by members of the Finance Committee to UFD's board?
I can't recall.
Did the UFD board consider the CPV proposal?
We executed a term sheet.
Prior to your execution of the term sheet, was there discussion at the board level about the CPV proposal?
There was definitely discussion at the board level. My board was divided on Cohen.
How was your board divided?
Bill Hines and I were aligned. We both felt that Cohen was a nefarious character. We couldn't understand somebody who paid the largest fine ever to the SEC, and we couldn't figure out why in the world investment bank professionals or people representing themselves as professionals would be only recommending this particular source when we had numerous other term sheets that had been tabled. But I do believe as a business leader that you always have to explore dual pathways and follow through things. So of course, we wanted to see the Cohen deal and take a look at it and didn't consider those terms. But my board was definitely the most divided it's ever been, in particular over Stephen Cohen.
And was there ultimately a consensus decision that you should sign the term sheet with CPV on UFD's behalf?
There was no consensus.
How was the decision made then that you would sign the term sheet with CPV?
In my role as CEO, since it was specifically a non-binding term sheet, I felt I had the right to execute that agreement.
The term sheet, are you aware that the term sheet contained an exclusivity provision?
I'm unaware of the specific details within the document without it sitting in front of me. Gentlemen, I need to take a break. I have to pee.
Of course. Why don't we take a 3-minute break?
Ladies, I'm sorry. Is that okay?
That can be off the record as well.
Oh, trust me.
Thank you. I'm trying my best, but
Before the break, we were talking about the CPV proposal, correct? Among
Yes.
other things. Was the CPV
There's like no battery left on our monitors.
was the CPV proposal ultimately consummated?
The non-binding term sheet?
No, after UFD had signed the non-binding term sheet, did CPV ultimately invest in UFD?
Investment.
In UFD? Invest in UFD.
Cohen did not invest in United Fiber and Data.
Why not?
I actually have no idea.
What's your understanding of the status of the CPV proposal after you signed the non-binding term sheet?
How things ended is that Joel Luxembourg, our trumpeter, was sitting in the parking lot across from my building early one morning, and I'll probably use the word stalking me. And when I showed up to the office, he told me that he had very important news to deliver and that he should deliver it in person. I said, "What is this news pertaining to?" And he said it was pertaining to Cohen's investment in United Fiber and Data. And I said, "What do you have to do with Cohen's investment in United Fiber and Data?" And he said that Cohen had asked for, I think it was either a 60 or a 90-day extension on their terms. And I asked Joel at that time why my contracted investment bankers did not call me to tell me this news or write me an email or extend any communication to me. And he said, I took it on myself to deliver the news. What was interesting in that conversation was that Joel told me that Jerry Elliott, an employee of Stephen Cohen, was suddenly a free agent and available to be the CEO of United Fiber and Data. I found all of this news to be highly suspect because it didn't come directly from Cohen, and it didn't come directly from Boris, and it didn't come from Berman. At that point, I sensed a global unprofessionalism. And I want to also just note that neither David Boris or Jeffrey Berman made any attempt to contact me beyond that conversation with Joel.
You never spoke with Jeffrey Berman about the CPV proposal following, strike that. Did you subsequently reach out to Olympus to discuss the information that Mr. Luxembourg had provided?
I did not. I subsequently submitted my resignation. In Rockstar terms, I had the fucking shit to Boris and Berman. Excuse me.
What does that mean? I had the effing shit to Boris and Berman.
At this point, the communication was so bizarre. Why did they send, in my opinion, the lackey Joel Luxembourg to deliver news and information on a multi-million-dollar offer to invest in my company? Where were they? Why didn't they get in the car and drive down and come to see me, or take a train, or pick up the phone and call me, or send me a letter? I mean, up until this point, we had communicated, I don't know, to 4 or 5 emails every single day. There was nothing from them.
Did you ask Mr. Luxembourg why he was the messenger for this information?
He said he was sent to soften the blow.
Sent by whom?
David Boris and Jeffrey Berman.
Do you recall when that meeting with Mr. Luxembourg took place?
I can't tell you the exact date, but I guarantee if I look back at my records, I can figure it out.
You're not aware that, strike that. Have you ever been told that CPV lost interest in investing in UFD?
That would be an assumption. I've never been told that directly.
What were you told about the additional time that CPV was allegedly seeking?
This is where it's very confusing. The person that was telling me this information was Joel Luxembourg. Not my hired professionals, not David Boris, not Jeffrey Berman. I really took everything that Joel said with a grain of salt. I knew him as a musician. I didn't particularly know him as a businessman or a professional. I thought the delivery of the information was insanely bizarre. I immediately called Brian Smith, of course, who is my fundraising partner, and said, Brian, have you ever heard of anything like this? And he said, I cannot believe that Jeffrey Berman and David Boris have not reached out to you. Have you heard anything? We spoke numerous times after that, up until the point where I finally tenured my resignation. And each time Brian would begin the conversation by saying, have you formally heard anything from David Boris or Jeffrey Berman? And my answer was no.
Switching gears, have you ever heard of an entity called Park West Advisors?
Yes, I've heard of Park West Advisors.
Do you know whether Park West Advisors, which I'll call Park West, ever expressed an interest in investing in UFD?
They did not express an interest in investing in UFD.
Why do you say that?
They tenured a debt sheet, a debt term sheet. That would be debt, not an investment.
Aside from the fact that aside from the fact that Park West made a proposal to provide debt financing to UFD, what else do you recall about Park West's potential interest?
Park West iterated to me or intimated to me that they didn't want to be lead investors, that they would prefer to work with a substantial equity partner, someone like a Cohen or anybody else that we could identify that was interested in putting equity in the company.
Did you discuss the proposal from Park West with others at UFD?
We did review their term sheet.
What do you recall about those discussions with others at UFD about the term sheet?
I think that the final document was for $40 million in debt. And I remember thinking to myself that the terms within the term sheet, and as far as interest, et cetera, all those things were agreeable to us. But again, it came with the caveat that we had to land a lead investor.
Did Park West ever represent that it would only invest alongside another investor in UFD?
Park West implied that they would only offer debt if UFD had identified a strong lead investor.
Use the word imply. Did they not say so expressly?
I'd have to speculate whether they said so expressly.
How did they imply it, to the best of your recollection?
I don't know if I understand that question.
You testified that Park West implied they would only offer debt if UFD had identified a strong lead investor. How did Park West imply that?
Objection. I'm sorry, I thought you said a different word. It was in our initial meeting with Park West, they explained to us that they are not typically lead investors, but like to be, in terms of providing debt, like to be in a secondary position.
You're aware that UFD and Mr. Hines specifically sent Olympus reported termination email in August of 2015.
That was after my resignation.
Are you aware that Mr. Hines sent such an email?
I was aware that Boris and Berman were terminated.
Were you aware specifically that Mr. Hines had sent an email in August 15th purporting to terminate them?
I was not aware of the email, but I was aware that they were terminated.
How did you become aware of that fact?
Obviously, my decision as CEO at that time would have been to also terminate them. I felt that they had failed all fiduciary obligation to identify true alternatives to the Cohen investment, and I felt that they were misleading at this point. And I was gaining and gathering more knowledge, speaking to the other investor leads that we had given or directed them towards. And in each case, in each scenario, in particular my father and I, what we learned was that there was this pattern of telling other well-heeled potential investors that could be that lead investor, say, that would bring in Park West, that we had already already secured our funding, when in fact we hadn't secured any funding via Olympus at all, not a single dollar.
Based on your understanding of the CPV term sheet, was UFD permitted to have discussions with other potential investors while the term sheet remained in place?
Think Cloud Advisors at all given times was allowed to continue discussions with all investors.
Was UFD permitted to engage in discussions with other potential investors while the term sheet with CPV remained in place?
Objection vague. I think he already testified he doesn't remember the specific terms without it in front of him.
Can you answer the question?
Seemed vague to me.
I ask that you limit your speaking objections. Tab 28, please. Tab 28.
Okay, you take this one, you'll give him that one.
Hit disconnect, no,
Oh, sorry.
don't disconnect it. Okay, one,
There you go.
18.
Sure. Taylor, do you have document marked as Exhibit 18 in front of you?
I do.
And for the record, that's UFD 017005. You had an opportunity to review the document.
I've reviewed the document.
You see the second paragraph in italics where you wrote, "We were operating under the assumption that we will remove Olympus."
I do see that.
Do you know why you highlighted that language in italics?
I don't know why.
Was this the first time that UFD considered removing Olympus as its investment banker?
I think for several weeks, as I began to have discussions with my father, with Bill Hines, with Jack Gracie, that we were seeing a pattern that had been beginning to reveal its head. For example, Ryan Reeder, one of our investor advisors, had set up a teleconference call with BlackRock, a large institutional investor, and arranged that meeting for Boris and Berman to attend the call. And for example, they never got on the call. I received a text message from Ryan Reeder, who was irate that we had wasted his time. Couldn't understand why we were on the call, but in the meantime, David Boris and Jeffrey Berman had never even told us that there was a potential meeting with BlackRock.
When was that call scheduled for?
That was the thing, David Boris and Jeffrey Berman never made us aware of the phone call.
When is your understanding of when that phone call was supposed to have taken place?
Sometime prior to Boris and Berman being terminated, within weeks, towards the end. So probably prior to the exclusivity period of the Cohen agreement. And I guess my point is, pertaining to your initial question, is that we began to see this pattern and have internal discussions about really the ineffectiveness of both Boris and Berman, and the fact that they, generally speaking, seem to be full of hot air, that it was going to be imperative to go in some sort of other direction or consider other means, that regardless of raising funds, that they were unscrupulous people and that we didn't want to work with them.
What was the basis for UFD being able to terminate Olympus prior to the expiration of the engagement letter?
There was no limitation.
There is no limitation where?
There's no limitation in our agreement with Olympus that says specifically that we can't terminate them.
Exhibit 18, underneath the language we were just looking at, also states, I'd like to suggest a committee conference call tomorrow to address my concerns. Do you see that language?
I do.
Do you recall whether there was in fact a conference call the following day?
I don't recall the conference call.
Do you recall discussions with the members of the finance committee about the potential termination of the UFD Olympus engagement?
I think that if you review this document, that you'll see that I was operating as the executive chairman of Think Loud Holdings, and I was operating in a capacity of a Think Loud advisor because I'm specifically writing the advisors of Brian Smith, Georgian Taylor, and Dixon Carmindro. So our discussion at that point would have been pertaining to Think Loud advisors and the best suited role for them to move forward. That's clearly not in conflict with Olympus.
So in the first sentence, you wrote, I requested that Brian Smith form and chair a finance committee for United Fiber and Data. Do you see that?
Yes. I think that the word about would have been a better use of terms, but
Okay. Do you recall just to put a finer point on my prior question, did you discuss the potential termination of Olympus with the members of the finance committee?
I never discussed the termination of Olympus with the finance committee to the best of my knowledge.
Who was involved in the decision to terminate Olympus?
That was after my resignation, I'm not sure.
Were you consulted?
I was not consulted. However, I had firmly in my 3.5-page email left enough evidence about what I felt about Cohen that was substantiated and on the record to the members of the quote-unquote finance committee and to Bill Hines and Chad Gracie and Patrick Dahlheimer. And I also weighed in endlessly about how disappointed I was in Olympus and their lack of professionalism, in particular the communication during the era of the Cohen agreement. What you have to understand is that in my viewpoint, even to this day, the Cohen agreement was allowed to just simply fall apart. They never called. They never wrote. If you look back in our email correspondence, we communicated 4 or 5 times every day by email, and the email stopped on that very day Joel came down, and that was the end.
Do you recall receiving any phone calls from Olympus after Mr. Hines sent his termination email to Olympus?
I had no reason to take their phone calls at that point.
That wasn't my question. Do you recall receiving any phone calls from Olympus, whether or not you answered the phone?
I received a personal phone call from Jeffrey Berman when I was in the studio that we testified about earlier.
That phone call, which we'll briefly return to, took place, I believe, months later, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall in the August 2015 timeframe, after Olympus was sent a termination email by Mr. Hines, receiving a phone call from Olympus?
that point, I had no communication with Jeffrey Dorman or David Boris.
Did you receive a phone call from them, even if you didn't speak with them?
I know of no such phone calls. No communication. I want to make that clear. No emails, no anything. They didn't call, they didn't write. In my opinion, they literally let this deal walk away.
I'm not talking about the CPV proposal, just to be clear. After Mr. Hines sent his email terminating Olympus, did you receive any phone calls from Olympus?
Josh, that's semantics. I actually answered that question. There was no communication after the day that Joel Luxembourg visited here, which was prior to their termination. There was literally no communication. They did not call, they did not write.
Okay, that's clear. You aware that UFD has filed counterclaims against Olympus in this litigation?
I am aware that there are counterclaims, however, I'm not aware of the details.
Are you aware that UFD has alleged that Olympus failed to follow up with certain investors in the counterclaims?
One of the things to make this work is you have to listen generously. I just said I'm unaware of any details.
And I just wanted to confirm whether there might be additional details you were familiar with. So you're
Yeah.
not familiar with those claims.
Thank you, Josh. I am not.
Okay. Exhibit number 38 is
I'm sorry, what number was that?
Mr. Taylor, do you have the document marked as Exhibit 19 in front of you?
I do have that document in front of me.
And for the record, that is defendant's response to plaintiff's first set of interrogatories. Have you ever seen this document before?
I have seen a copy of this previously.
When did you see a copy of this?
I believe the day it was sent out. Actually, technically, I just saw this copy of it this very second. But I believe the document is the document that I saw when it was sent out.
Okay. And how is it that you saw the document when it was sent out or shortly thereafter?
The attorneys for United Fiber and Data looped me in because I was.
I'm gonna instruct the witness not to answer.
Did you receive it from your counsel?
Yes or no, it's fine.
Yes.
What'd you say?
I said yes or no is fine.
Yes.
Did you discuss the document with anyone other than your counsel?
I did not.
If you would turn to the 8th page of the document, which is the first page of the chart that's attached to the responses and objections. Do you see at the top of what we're identifying as the 8th page, there's a shaded block?
I can see that.
Were you involved in the preparation of this document?
I was not.
Are you familiar with the Louis J. Appel Jr. Revocable Trust?
I am not familiar with the trust.
Do you know what Mr. Appel's relationship, if any, is to the Louis J. Appel Jr. Revocable Trust?
I would have to assume that it is a trust that is related to him since his name is on it.
With respect to the 2 equity investments at the top of the shaded block, do you know how Mr. Appel came to invest that money in UFD?
Yes, George Taylor went and had a meeting with him.
When was that meeting?
I'm unaware of the exact date.
Who directed George Taylor to meet with Mr. Appel?
I don't think anyone gave him direction. I think that he and Mr. Appel spoke and they decided to meet.
You testified earlier that the relationship with Mr. Appel was yours. Do you remember that?
I definitely remember that.
Why is it that Mr. George Taylor spoke with Mr. Appel about a potential investment then?
Because George Taylor is a part of my family office and Mr. Appel is my business partner. And when I want to qualify when I say a part of my family office, obviously it's a direct advisor, direct financial advisor to me.
Was Mr. George Taylor paid a commission in connection with these investments by the Louis J. Appel Jr. Revocable Trust?
I'm unaware of those details. The words specifically that were used were that there could only be one quarterback on the field at a time. And we wanted to have that general feeling with any investor that we were dealing with, that there was one chief, etc. So in those cases, of course, we took institutional investors and handed them over to our investment bank.
And had any of those investors invested in UFD, would UFD have owed Olympus a commission?
Objection vague.
You can answer.
I think you sort of asked two questions in one.
I don't think so, but I'll repeat the question.
Please, thank you, Josh.
If any of the investors, let me take it in 2 pieces. You recall that UFD referred certain investors to Olympus for follow-up, correct?
I do not recall referring any investor. I recall referring potential investors.
If one or more of those potential investors had invested in UFD, would you FD have owed a commission to Olympus?
Assuming
Josh
that,
Fay.
assuming that Olympus provided substantial work leading to and securing investments from those investors, then yes, we would have paid a commission. We would have been happy to pay a commission.
What's the basis for testifying that Olympus would have had to have provided substantial work in order to earn a commission?
Well, my assumption would be that they would have to do some work. They would have to entertain at least some modicum of business practice with the investors, meaning due diligence, conversations, communications, etc.
It wouldn't be enough solely for the money to be raised during the term of Olympus's engagement.
That's correct.
So Taylor, if you go back to Exhibit 8, which is the executed engagement letter,
Sure.
do you have that in front of you?
I do.
Great. Go to the second page of the engagement letter, and the paragraph near the top labeled D. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
What's your understanding of this provision at D?
I'd like
Of
some
course.
time to read it.
I'm going to object to the extent the document speaks for itself.
Sorry, in between reading this, I forgot your question.
It was just, what's your understanding of the provision at paragraph D?
It's a tail period provision.
A what?
A tail period provision.
And what's your understanding of what a tail period provision is?
My understanding is that it's outlined in with markers Roman numerals 1, 2, and 3.
Do you recall any discussion with Olympus about paragraph D?
I specifically recall and coming to an understanding that if, specifically with Jeffrey Berman, that if he did substantial work, intimate work with any investor, that if for some odd reason that investor closed after that time period, then the tail period would come into play.
Is the concept of Olympus being required to perform substantial work found anywhere in the engagement letter?
I think that the substantial work refers to the word finder.
And what's the basis for you saying that?
Well, they were hired to identify new investors, otherwise find new investors. So they had to do substantial work as finders.
You see in D, Romanet 3, with whom the company or the finder had discussions during the term. You see that language?
Yes,
Are you aware that UFD deleted that third prong from an earlier version of the engagement letter?
I'm unaware.
3 broadens the tail provision?
Vague.
You answer the question.
I don't understand the question.
Do you agree that Romanet 3 in paragraph D can be triggered solely based on the company having discussions with a potential investor?
Vague.
I'd have to probably refer to the rest of the agreement. This is just one small piece of it.
Do you recall any discussion about Mr. Appel specifically in connection with paragraph D?
No, we didn't have any discussion with Mr. Appel. I think that would have been sort of pointless. Mr. Appel was my partner in the company. We didn't have any discussions about any of the other partners, let alone Mr. Appel.
We touched on this earlier, but were there any discussions between Olympus and UFD about who would be carved out of the exclusivity provision in the engagement letter?
Are you talking about a specific person? Or just UFD in general?
I'm asking in the first instance more generally if you recall any discussions about how the carve out provision would work in the engagement letter.
I recall, and I think as I previously testified, having specific conversations about Think Loud Advisors with Jeffrey Berman.
If you, Mr. Sharp, do you still have Exhibit 8 in front of you?
I do.
Do you look at the paragraph beginning with notwithstanding the above, below where we were looking before?
I see that.
Okay. It states, notwithstanding the above, the company and finder agree that no compensation shall be due to finder for the sale of any securities to investors identified by. And I'd like to go through.
Actually, it says here identified two. Are you reading a different document?
No, I misread. I appreciate the correction. Identified to company by, and it lists various individuals. Why isn't Think Loud Advisors listed here?
We specifically listed Brian Smith and George Taylor as they had the SEC licensure to raise funds. Whereas I don't. I'm a guitarist in a rock band.
Why wasn't Think Loud Advisors specifically called out in this paragraph?
Think Loud Advisors implied in their affiliates.
Do you agree it would have been clearer to write Think Loud Advisors?
I don't agree with that.
Was there any discussion about specifically identifying Think Loud Advisors?
I'm not aware of that.
What type of investors did Mr. Smith focus on for raising money for UFD?
Can you describe the word type a little bit more? I don't understand. by what you mean.
Were they retail customers?
I don't understand what that means.
They weren't institutional investors, correct?
That's correct. ThinkCloud Advisors specialized in working with small to large family offices, individuals, fairly sophisticated and accredited investors.
How much money did, I'll strike that, what was an average size investment that Mr. Smith raised for UFD?
I've previously testified that we were averaging roughly $150,000 a week.
My question is a little bit different. I'm asking about each individual investment.
I didn't calculate that or quantify it or track it.
But if UFD was raising approximately $150,000 a week,
That wasn't just from Brian Smith, for clarity.
and that wasn't just for Brian Smith was raising in increments of less than that, correct?
It fluctuated, it went up or down, so that was the average why it was there. I should clarify that it certainly wasn't just Brian Smith raising funds, it was George Taylor, Brian Smith's affiliate, Dixon Carmindro, who was an advisor to ThinkCloud Advisors, George Taylor, and there were others involved as well.
Okay, and we'll get to those. Was Mr. Smith formally employed by UFD at any point?
But Mr. Smith has been my employee.
Is he currently an employee of UFD?
He is currently my partner in ThinkCloud Advisors.
Is he currently an employee of UFD?
He is not.
Do you know when his status as an employee of UFD came to an end?
I think that happened after my resignation.
With respect to your resignation, were you ever asked to resign your position?
I was not.
Were you ever asked to step down from UFD's board of directors?
No, I was not.
Mr. Appel never asked you to step down in favor of Mr. Hines and Ms. Stepler taking control?
No, we never had that conversation.
Did you step down from UFD's board at the same time that you left the CEO position?
Well, no, that happened later.
I'm sorry, which happened later, stepping down from
I
the board?
resigned my operational obligations to United Fiber and Data. The board position came later.
Why is it that you resigned your board position at UFD?
I resigned my board position specifically to appease the interests of the Appel family.
Did Mr. Appel ask you to resign from the board?
He did not.
Did Mr. Appel's family ask you to resign from UFD's board?
They did not.
How did your resignation from UFD's board appease the interest of the Appel family?
The Appels wanted to be listed as their own director or designated director within the company, and we felt that was appropriate, that they would have one director and we would designate one director as well. And at that point in time, I had already committed myself to another musical project and wanted to focus solely on making music.
Do you know why Mr. Smith's employment relationship at UFD came to an end?
That happened after I resigned, I'm not aware.
you didn't discuss with Mr. Smith why he left his employment position at UFD?
I have not had that conversation.
Have you discussed with Mr. Hines why Mr. Smith left his employment position at UFD?
At that time, I was busy working on a record.
Have you ever subsequently discussed with Mr. Hines why Mr. Smith left his employment position at UFD?
I have not.
Did Mr. Smith ever tell you that he was uncomfortable with UFD's balance sheet?
I would never use the word uncomfortable. I think that all of the advisors to me, to Think Loud Holdings, to our family office, were always concerned about how we were raising capital. Most importantly was that were we raising enough capital or securing enough debt either way to actually get to our goals and our objectives. So the concern was probably always oriented more towards, let's get to, let's cross the finish line.
Would it surprise you to learn that Mr. Smith testified that he had discomfort with UFD's balance sheet?
No, that wouldn't surprise me at all. I think that all startup companies are, we have incredible, upswings, downswings, left, right. I've been through this process so many times with various startups. And, I think that in terms of being responsible to the various investors that Mr. Smith solicited and secured, that he always wanted a robust and, fully formed company, but that's just not the reality of startups.
Did Mr. Smith's discomfort with UFD's balance sheet have anything to do with the termination of his employment at UFD?
You would have to ask Mr. Smith that.
Do you have a view?
I do not.
Did you ever tell Olympus that Mr. Smith was an employee of UFD?
To the best of my knowledge, they were aware that Brian was an employee of United Fiber and Data.
Did you ever tell Olympus that Mr. Smith was an employee of UFD?
I can't recall specifically saying that. It seems to me that they would have to have been blind or completely unaware, since Mr. Smith had been working with us the entire time.
Just to be clear, did you ever tell Olympus that Mr. Smith was an employee of UFD? Yes or no?
I don't think I can answer that question with a yes or no. I'm just not certain. But I'm also not going to say that I didn't say that.
Prior to the execution of the engagement letter, what did UFD tell Olympus about Brian Smith's role with fundraising at UFD?
I can't speak for the whole of United Fiber and Data. I can only speak for myself. Meaning, when you said that, what did UFD tell them? I know that I told Jeffrey Berman and David Boris that I had a long-term relationship with a professional fundraiser, several professional fundraisers, and that we were raising funds.
As UFD's corporate representative, did you do anything to educate yourself about what others at UFD may have told Olympus about Brian Smith's role fundraising for UFD?
I opened a communication chain in between Brian Smith, George Taylor, a number of affiliates and associates of Think Loud advisors, I encouraged them to be open and communicative with each other. Our viewpoint over at Think Loud Advisors was always to, work as a unit, work as a goal. As far as United Fiber and Data goes, it was also communicated to David and to Jeffrey Berman and David Boris that all of United Fiber and Data, all employees were going to do their best to help secure future capital for the company.
My question was a little different. You understand that you were designated as UFD's 30B6 representative with respect to the topics that we previously discussed, correct?
I do understand that.
In your role as UFD's corporate representative, did you do anything to educate yourself about any discussions that UFD personnel may have had with Olympus about Brian Smith?
I don't think that I did anything specific to educate myself. I certainly always maintained open communications with all of my staff and all of my people.
What do you recall Olympus was told about the nature of the fundraising that Mr. Smith was currently doing for UFD at the time the engagement letter was executed?
As I previously testified, we had extensive talks about my history as a fundraiser going all the way back to high school, about my then affiliation with fundraisers like Brian Smith, who joined us in Think Loud Advisors. So of course we had a lot in common in the sense that those guys were investment bankers and doing fundraising, and we did fundraising. So there were substantial talks about our history and past. I know that Mr. Byrne was impressed that I had started fundraising all the way back in high school.
Did UFD tell Olympus that Mr. Smith was focused on raising amounts up to $1 million or $1.5 million?
We never had a discussion about any limitation on fundraising. For example, we approached Charlie Jacobs for an investment. I think we went to him initially for a multi-million-dollar investment, $6 or $7 million, etc.
Was there any discussion about Mr. Smith? Strike that. Was there any discussion between UFD and Olympus about Mr. Smith raising money for UFD through self-directed IRAs?
Self-directed IRAs were handled by George Taylor, and of course we did the same with Brian Smith's expertise and help as well, obviously myself. So yes, we did discuss self-directed IRAs.
And what was discussed about self-directed IRAs?
That they had been an incredible resource for us and that we would continue to exploit that resource.
And did UFD make clear that it wanted to continue to be able to raise money from self-directed IRAs during Olympus's engagement?
We not only made it clear that we wanted to continue raising money through self-directed IRAs, but that we wanted to continue fundraising with any and all resources that Think Loud Advisors could bring to the table.
Do you recall any discussion about whether, do you recall any discussion with Olympus about whether Mr. Appel might be interested in investing more of his own money into UFD?
We had no discussions about Mr. Appel investing. The conversations that we had pertaining to Mr. Appel related more to the Cohen term sheet, and that I was very concerned, highly concerned, that one, that Mr. Appel always be looked after, and of course, that we keep the jobs in New York.
You don't recall Olympus asking during an initial meeting if Mr. Appel might be interested in investing additional money into UFD?
Mr. Appel was already my partner and my mentor and my friend. Certainly I could have had that conversation with him, but I would have never opened up a relationship in between Olympus and Mr. Appel. I would protect him like I'd protect my grandfather and my own family.
That's not my question, though. Did Olympus ever ask UFD if Mr. Appel might be interested in contributing more of his own money to UFD?
I would have shut that conversation down right away. Mr. Appel's my relationship, not Jeffrey Berman's relationship, not David Morris's.
Do you remember any such discussion, whether you would have shut it down or not?
I don't recall any discussion.
Are you familiar with something called the Telco Fund?
I believe that the Telco Fund was set up at one point for IRA investments. I did not manage the Telco Fund.
Okay, tab 13. Just for the record, the exhibit marked as Exhibit 10 is UFD 026324. Excuse me. Mr. Taylor, do you have the document marked as Exhibit 10 in front of you?
I do have it in front of me.
Who is Paula Vitz, who's referenced in the first email?
Paula Vitz is an advisor to Think Loud Advisors, and she also serves as a lobbyist for United Fiber and Data for Pennsylvania state government business.
And in your email in the middle of the page, back to Ms. Vitz, you wrote, "Is this for the Telco Fund?" And the Telco Fund involved self-directed IRAs?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you mean when you then wrote, meaning investments under 250K?
I don't know what I meant.
Were investments in the Telco Fund?
Actually, Josh, I do recall now. Sorry. The Telco Fund had been set up initially for a specific friends and family round. So, for example, Mr. Appel was friends and family. My father was friends and family. My mother was friends and family. And so these are our closest held associates, etc. And many of those investors put in smaller amounts. And I believe that we used the Telco Fund as the vehicle initially for those smaller amounts. Investors investing more than $250,000 were actually accepted direct into United Fiber and Data. So I'm trying to clarify where this investor is going.
Okay, I appreciate that. And continuing on in your email, you wrote, "If so, these communications go to Brian Smith."
So Brian Smith was designated by United Fiber and Data as a representative of Think Loud Advisors to handle all investor relations. In general, Think Loud Advisors handled that role.
And here, you're directing Ms. Vitz to speak with Brian Smith about investments under $250,000 into the Telco Fund, correct?
Well, it has nothing to do with it being under $250,000. It wouldn't have made any difference one way or another.
Well, then why did you write meaning investments under 250K?
Well, that's relating to the telco fund, but that doesn't relate to Brian Smith. Brian Smith managed the telco fund for clarity. So that's what I'm trying to do, is associate that Brian Smith was the manager of telco fund. So as the manager of telco fund, if it was going into the telco fund, then they should talk to Brian Smith.
Okay. And one of Brian Smith's responsibilities was managing the telco fund.
One of Brian Smith's, yes, one of his, yes, that's correct.
Would communications about investments of more than $250,000 go to someone other than Brian Smith?
It would come directly to me as Brian's partner in Think Loud Advisors. And because of my intimate knowledge of United Fiber and Data, I was best suited to talk to larger scale investors. I don't want to say potential investors here, because there is a difference between those who have invested and those who are potentially investing. Josh, are you having fun? Well, that's right. I'm not allowed to ask the question.
That one I'll answer. I'm having a blast.
All right, good.
Let's move on to George Taylor.
Sure.
Who is Mr. George Taylor?
George Taylor is a registered investment advisor that owns a wealth management company that's based in Connecticut.
And that company,
It's called
It's
Temenos. Yes.
Is what?
Good luck on the spelling on that one.
What'd you say that I didn't hear?
Temenos.
T-E,
MENOS.
Temenos.
And you said yes. Your answer was yes?
Yes. Yes, it's his company.
What did Mr. George Taylor do for UFD?
I was introduced to George Taylor through the network of the Think Loud Advisors via Brian Smith. Brian Smith and George Taylor had initially connected on another deal that Think Loud Advisors was representing. And so George was added to our network of fundraisers.
Did Mr. Taylor focus on a particular type of investment product?
I'm unaware if he focused on any particular type of product.
Was he focused on any particular types of investors with respect to assisting UFD?
No, he wasn't, no, to the best of my knowledge, he was willing to engage in any and all investor types.
Do you know how much money Mr. George Taylor raised from his average investor?
I'm unaware of his specific amount. I do know that George was a very strong fundraiser for United Fiber and Data. I thought he represented the company well, and certainly having, once again extended the network of Think Loud Advisors, George became a really good player for us.
Is Mr. George Taylor still actively fundraising for UFD?
He is not.
When did Mr. George Taylor stop actively fundraising for UFD?
I'm unaware of that. I was no longer the director when he stopped.
Do you know why Mr. George Taylor stopped fundraising for UFD?
I am unaware.
you had any discussions with anyone at UFD about why Mr. George Taylor stopped fundraising for UFD?
I would assume it's because we don't need funds.
And why is it that UFD doesn't need funds?
We're attaining our goals and objectives.
Did Mr. Taylor, George Taylor,
Yeah, it's a little confusing with my dad and myself, etc.
there were a lot of
For
Taylors.
clarity, George is not a relative.
For the record.
Do you know when approximately Mr. George Taylor stopped fundraising for UFD?
I am unaware.
Do you think it was in 2015?
I am unaware.
Do you know if it was around the same time that Mr. Brian Smith stopped raising funds for UFD?
I am unaware.
And Brian Smith is Mr. Brian Smith currently raising funds for UFD?
He is not. He is the founder and CEO of RedCrow.com and fully dedicated there.
Was Mr. George Taylor ever an employee of UFD?
To the best of my knowledge, the answer to that is no. I know that during my tenure as acting CEO, he was not an employee.
Do you recall discussing Mr. George Taylor's role with Olympus prior to executing the engagement letter?
I recall discussing George Taylor's role with Think Loud Advisors, Think Loud Holdings, and United Fiber and Data.
What do you recall about those discussions?
I recall telling Jeffrey Berman that George Taylor was an advisor to my family office and that he had been helping us raise funds for quite some time on various projects, not just limited to United Fiber and Data.
Was UFD concerned that if Mr. Smith and Mr. Taylor stopped raising money for UFD during the term of Olympus's engagement, it wouldn't have sufficient money to meet its obligations?
I think that earlier I might have mentioned that all startup companies are in a constant state of flux as far as our burn rate and our need for cash and capital. This was a particularly capital intensive project. So at all given points during the entire company's history, we were constantly desirous of new investors and new capital and new opportunity.
In 2015, how tight was the financial situation at UFD?
It was no different than our inception.
And how was it at your inception?
We deployed capital as needed, as warranted, to grow the business throughout the lifetime of the business.
In 2015, would it have stretched UFD to write a check for even $5,000?
No.
Of course.
It's been an hour and a half.
Sure. We'll take a 10-minute break. Does that work for everyone?
Yes.
Sure.
Thank you. Tim, Jim, are we not being CJ enough that you can't get better chairs?
Guess not.
Want to lobby a complaint there?
I agree. This place is
I'm getting one out of Andrew's
Because I don't
office.
like this wallpaper.
How's the chair in your office?
It's great. I kept telling Mika to take it. I'm like,
Chair. If you're uncomfortable, I can get you Andrew's chair.
it's a nice chair.
No, I'm totally fine. I'm being facetious. I'm totally kidding. It was not for the record.
I didn't.
Actually, although when I come back, I'm going to stay for the record. I don't like
Tim,
the
can you shut the
wallpaper.
camera?
At least it was just me and Chad that time.
He's just lying.
I know. Alright. You're gonna take one more go at it, right? He's not being clear in the basis for all these people being carved out, excluded, right?
Right.
Show him the first version that's non-exclusive. Right, is it Pell carved out? What am I? Show him the version that's exclusive. Is it Pell carved out? Show him the version with the tail. Is it Pell carved? What's the basis for it? And if it can't all three be the same, right? It can't just be. And if it is, why were all these terms changed? There just has to be. You have to peg him down on the basis for. Keep something back to Think Loud Advisors. And,
Right.
But he's not being clear what the cause of it is.
Because they discussed it. That's what his answer is.
It's not good enough. It's too evasive. What is the provision in the engagement letter that why is the light still on?
So just to review the bidding, Mr. Taylor, when we broke, I asked you if in 2015 it would have stretched UFD to write a check for even $5,000.
That's not true.
Do you have the document marked as Exhibit 11 in front of you?
I do know.
And for the record, Exhibit 11 is UFD 022345. Mr. Taylor, do you see at the top of the email Mr. Hines wrote to you and others, we can't afford to pay them 10K, 15K, 20K right now. Heck, even 5K gets difficult. Do you see that language?
I do see the language.
Do you disagree with what Mr. Hines put in his email to you?
You wrote the word "we" up here and didn't say a particular company, so I have no idea what he's referring to.
What is Capital Associates?
It's Polovitz's company.
And what type of work does Capital Associates do?
They were the state lobbyist for Think Loud Development. And are the state lobbyists for Think Loud Development.
Did they do any work for UFD?
The vast majority of our capacity has been with Think Loud Development.
Would Think Loud Development in March of 2015 have found it difficult to write a check for $5,000?
That company wasn't under my purview, so I can't answer that.
But you're a partner in Think Loud Holdings, correct?
Yes, I am a partner in Think Loud Holdings.
So what do you mean when you say that company, meaning Think Loud Holdings, wasn't under my purview?
No, I said Think Loud Development wasn't under my purview. The company that's referred to in here. That's not the same company as Think Loud Holdings.
Where's the reference to Think Loud development that you're
It's right under
referring
Bill's,
to?
it's right under Bill Hines' title.
I see.
I don't think that this message has anything to do with United Fiber and Data.
You see in the middle of the page, the March 11, 2015 email at 5:13 p.m. from Paula Vitz. The last sentence, we also discussed a third new agreement that would be a business development agreement enabling Jay and me to share in success fees for our ongoing efforts in developing UFD and any other Think Loud business you ask us to support. You see that language?
I see that language.
And you don't think that Capital Associates was providing any services to UFD?
My understanding of this message and the way it's framed is about UFD as a future potential thing. Our business and working relationship with Capital Associates was predominantly related to Think Loud development.
And you're not a partner in Think Loud Development?
I am a partner, but the company wasn't under my operational purview. I was handling United Fiber and Data.
If this email is about Think Loud Development and it wasn't under your operational purview, do you know why Mr. Hines wrote we?
I have no idea why he wrote the word we, but I'm assuming that he's referring to we, the company of Think Loud Development, but that's just an assumption.
And given that Think Loud Development wasn't under your purview, do you know why Mr. Hines solely put you in the to line and Chad Gracie and Patrick Dahlheimer in the CC line?
I can't speculate as to Mr. Hines' intent.
Okay. At the time that UFD engaged Olympus, what was UFD doing to raise money, putting aside whatever Olympus was doing?
As I stated previously, Think Loud Advisors had an ongoing and continuous role as fundraiser to United Fiber and Data.
And were those efforts focused on raising equity via smaller individual investors and IRA investors?
That would not be a correct statement. Think Loud Advisors was focused on raising funds in any myriad of business or opportunistic fashion. The only thing that I would say that we weren't focused on was raising money through institution.
Did you, in the ordinary course, provide periodic updates on UFD to Mr. Appel?
As I stated previously, I tried to upkeep all partners in the company as involved in and informed as humanly possible, both good news and bad.
And with respect to Mr. Appel in particular, do you recall sending periodic emails with status updates relating to UFD?
I communicated very frequently with Mr. Appel.
And when you communicated with Mr. Appel, you did your best to present information accurately?
My goal was always to be transparent. Obviously, I think that given the emotional relationship with Mr. Appel, I always wanted to frame things in the best light as humanly possible. I think that I have a tendency to probably frame things in a positive way, just in my own personal life. probably in correspondence and things like that. I'm always angling to see the good in people and the good in situations. So I'm sure that that's reflected in my correspondence.
Did you do your best to present information in as complete a fashion as possible?
I tried. I tried my very best. I have to say that at the time I remember I was going through probably 150 emails a day at that time period, so correspondence was becoming laborious to say the least. And it's also difficult to add perspective into, a roundup update like that because, it's hard to reflect situational awareness as it's, changing and evolving in a startup company literally hour by hour.
Tab 16, please.
Well,
12. Mr. Taylor, do you have the document marked as Exhibit 12 in front of you?
I have the document.
And for the record, that document is Appel 2687. Do you recall sending the email at Exhibit 12 to Mr. Appel?
Yes.
What was the purpose of this email, generally?
do you want to give him an opportunity?
I was going to say, this
Sure.
is,
Please take as much time as you need.
thank you, by the way. Okay.
Got a number of questions about this document, but to start, do you see the paragraph about 2/3 of the way down the page that begins, while we're anticipating a larger investment via the investment bank?
Mm-hmm.
You then went on to write, we've continued our efforts to raise equity via smaller individual investors in our IRA offering. Do you see that language?
I do.
Were Brian Smith and George Taylor involved in those continuing efforts to raise equity via smaller individual investors and our IRA offering?
The word "we" refers to Think Loud Advisors.
And was Think Loud Advisors focused on raising equity via smaller individual investors and our IRA offering?
Yes, and when I say smaller, I mean specifically non-institutional investors.
And Think Loud Advisors wasn't seeking to raise money through any other channels at this time, correct?
I don't don't understand the word channels.
Thinkland Advisors wasn't seeking to raise money from anyone other than smaller individual investors and IRA investors.
That is not a correct statement at all given times. ThinkCloud Advisors was seeking any and all opportunities for financial investment into United Fiber data.
Why didn't you include an additional statement to that effect in your email update to Mr. Appel?
I think it's implied in here.
Why do you think it's implied?
I think that if you read the whole of the letter, that what you begin to see is that we're exploring any and all options, including engaging with David Boris and Jeffrey Berman for institutional leads, and that we're continuing to look for any and all opportunities for any other investor to come into the company.
Where does it say any, and where does it say any other investor? Strike that. Where does it say that UFD is continuing to look for any and all opportunities for any other investor to come into the company?
I think it's covered in the breadth and the intent of the document. We talk about hiring Boris, we talk about Berman, talk about the Stephen Cohen lead, and of course the leads that we provided of Star America Insurance Communication to Olympus. The fact that we also talk to institutional banks like UBS and Bank of America, which we directed to Olympus. That we also had other opportunities for fundraising that were already in the pipeline where we had momentum that we directed to Olympus. And in each and every one of those cases, as it turned out, there was little to no follow-up from Olympus with any of these substantial leads. In fact, I think the only communication was with Stephen Cohen's family office. So in that regard, I'm definitely summarizing here that UFDs, that we're building momentum, and I don't think it's a sure thing. I think that we're going to still have to turn over every stone and look for every possible opportunity.
At the top of the email, in the paragraph beginning, as you can imagine, we've been in the throes of building UFD. Do you see that paragraph?
I do see the paragraph.
The third sentence in that paragraph, overall, I'm happy with our team, despite the fact that we've, quote, made missteps along the way, close quote. What missteps were you referring to?
We make mistakes and errors every single day as a company. You learn from, just like a child might try and learn how to walk, the process of walking is actually falling down. So how you eventually learn how to run is to fall down faster.
Do you recall any specific missteps that UFD made along the way,
Absolutely, probably engaging with Boris and Berman.
aside from engaging with Olympus?
I think I talk about hindsight in this particular thing, on that if I would have had this to do all over again in hindsight, I would have probably forecast a bit better on the soft cost to begin and to found United Fiber and Data, and that I would have used my family office just privately to securitize those funds. And only after that point would I actually have gone out to raise funds. I think I would have slowed everything down a bit. Of course, that's very difficult to do, to look back on hindsight, especially given the nature of the substantial contracts that were engaged by UFD. It was certainly within reason to think that we would be excited by the amazing basket of contracts that we had.
In the next paragraph, you wrote, I know you were particularly perturbed by our Andretti agreement for sponsorship. What was the Andretti agreement for sponsorship?
So one of the most intriguing, to having an extensive background in history in content development as the previous director of Aurora Films, where I worked with BMW North America, the PGA Tour, Lowe's, Home Depot, Martha Stewart, some of America's very top brands. I was exposed to some of literally the world's best marketers. And one of the things that they began to really focus me on was what experiential marketing meant for growth companies and established groups like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, etc. And what I realized was that those same attributes could be applied to startup groups. So along the years, throughout the years with Live, our backstage environment had very much become a B2B environment where we would have the opportunity to engage with huge corporations, the likes of Intel, Ford, Discovery Card, and there was business being done in our backstage, if you will. And what I recognized was that the Andretti platform allowed United Fiber and Data to take a non-tangible asset, since it's buried underneath the ground and up on the poles, etc., and make it tangible through experiential marketing. So we endeavored to create a relationship with Andretti where Andretti would work within the top, I don't know what they would have, the top 500 companies, say, in all of America that were active sponsors, etc., at the race. And Michael Andretti himself personally worked to encourage meetings and new business development via the racetrack. To be fair, Mr. Appel didn't really initially understand our usage of Andretti as a sales component to United Fiber and Data. It was like extending our sales team. But by the end, of course, he was extremely supportive.
Was UFD able to satisfy its obligations to Andretti under the sponsorship agreement?
Absolutely.
Andretti never filed a lawsuit against UFD relating to the sponsorship agreement?
It certainly got contentious at some point.
Was there ultimately a settlement agreement that had to be negotiated resolving the dispute between Andretti and UFD?
I don't know if I'm allowed to disclose that.
Why is that?
I think it's in the terms of the agreement. I can talk about how, of course, we worked with the Andrettis.
It's okay.
In fact,
Yep. That's fine.
you don't want to see my championship ring? How many people have those?
Off the record.
Alright, that's fine. There you go. Indy 500 victory.
That is pretty neat. You guys see this?
We won in 2014 and 2016.
Is that the specific car that UFD was sponsoring?
Yes.
Did you choose that? Oh, this is off the record. I'd like to now direct your attention to the numbered sentences in the middle of the page.
Sure.
The first point states, "I'm meeting in New York this Wednesday with Stephen A. Cohn." Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Did you attend that meeting with Mr. Cohn?
Mr. Cohn was not in the meeting. However, his family office representatives were there.
Had you been told that Stephen A. Cohn personally was going to attend that meeting?
I was told that he would, that he was a potential attendee.
So your understanding that Stephen A. Cohn personally was contemplating an investment or an entity associated with Stephen A. Cohn?
It is my understanding that Stephen Cohen directly considered the investment into United Fiber and Data.
And what's the basis of that understanding?
I was told that by Jeffrey Berman.
And in point 1, where you wrote, "The hedge fund guru who has graced the covers of nearly every large financial publication." Do you see that language?
Yes.
At this point in time, May of 2015, were you aware of the legal issues that Mr. Cohn and his company had with the SEC and the Justice Department?
I think at this point I was literally writing down quotes from David Boris about who Stephen Cohen was and transcribing it.
So you had not reviewed the financial publications yourself that you wrote Mr. Cohn.
Yeah, at
had
this point,
placed the covers up.
because the relationship with Boris and Berman was new, I was literally just taking notes as fast as what I could. And I'm pretty sure that this reflects my notes of what Mr. Boris told me about Stephen Cohen.
Do you think it was important for Mr. Appel to know that some of the information in your email was just being transcribed from Olympus?
I don't think it was important. No, I don't think it was important.
Do you think the second point, we're also in talks with Star America and Schurz Communication, both potential high-level equity partners, was that also relayed to you by Olympus for inclusion in this email?
It was not. Star America and Schurz Communications were my leads. And in fact, to my bane and my utter gut-wrenching frustration, David Boris and Jeffrey Berman never contacted the folks at Star America and never contacted the folks at Schurz Communications. Schurz Communications is a huge cable group. And that lead was brought to me by my father. And of course, you know, my dad wrote dozens and dozens of emails to Jeffrey Berman and David Boris, imploring them and begging them to pick up the phone and to communicate with Schurz Communications. And I believe that when they did communicate with them, that they told Star America and Schurz Communications that United Fiber and Data had in fact received all of its funding, which was, I don't know.
And you received that information from your father?
That's correct. And it's in written correspondence as well.
I don't think we have that written correspondence. Your understanding is that Olympus never contacted Star America on behalf of UFD?
My understanding in two parts is that there was limited contact, and when there was, if there was any contact, that these investors were told that United Fiber and Data had already secured its strategic investment partner, implying Stephen Cohen.
You're not aware that Star America provided a signed letter of intent to UFD?
I am aware of that.
So how do you reconcile your prior testimony with the fact that Star America provided a signed letter of intent to UFD?
Just because my point was that these were leads that did want to invest. And that it was Boris and Berman that told them that we had already secured our investment.
When did Olympus allegedly tell Star America that UFD had already secured its investment?
During their tenure with us.
Do you know when specifically?
Sometime during that 6-month time period. And of course my father sent literally weekly correspondence because he was super upset, in particular about Schurz Communications, because they kept calling and saying they couldn't wait to invest in United Fiber and Data. And my dad was flabbergasted and highly agitated and came to me and said, "You have to do something about this."
Has Schurz Communication subsequently invested money in UFD?
They have not, because they were told that United Fiber and Data received all of its funding.
Did anyone from UFD, after Olympus was reportedly terminated, reach out to Schurz to explain that UFD had not in fact secured all of its financing?
I am unaware of any communications that might have went back out to them.
And you didn't reach back out to Schurz Communication?
I have not.
And your father didn't
Nor
reach back out to Schurz Communication?
I didn't reach out. I can't answer for my father.
You know, your father hasn't told you that he reached back out to Schurz Communication?
That's correct, and I also didn't reach out to Star America. I just want to add here that in my opinion, I thought that the damage had already been done by Boris and Berman. I think that they, whatever they communicated, and I clearly wasn't privy to those communications, had somehow poisoned the well with Star America.
Okay, there's no question pending.
I'm sure I was finishing my previous statement. I have a right to finish my statements, is that correct?
Only if it's responsive to the question. I believe you're exceeding the scope of my question, but if you'd like to finish your additional response, please feel free.
Where was I?
I'm not sure how to answer that. If there's any additional point that you want to make to complete the thought, feel free to do that.
You were talking about poisoning the well and stuff.
My father and I met and had a discussion particularly about America and Schurz Communications, that we both felt that whatever David Boris and Jeffrey Berman had communicated to them had completely turned the tide in their viewpoint of United Fiber and Data, and that we should focus our efforts on other potential leads, etc. It was highly disappointing.
But you didn't reach out to Schurz Communication to confirm that the well, in fact, had been poisoned?
Well, to be clear, by that point, I had tendered my resignation of United Fiber and Data, and it was no longer in my purview.
But you were still in contact with Mr. Hines, correct?
I tried to limit my communications regarding United Fiber and Data at that point. As I stated previously, I started working on music.
But there was no reason that you couldn't have reached out to Mr. Hines to provide information to him, correct?
I would have certainly replied to Mr. Hines had he called me and asked me any opinion about Star America or Schurz Communications.
But you didn't think that it was necessary to reach out to Mr. Hines to share this information?
Objection to form.
You can answer.
I'm not so sure that Bill and I didn't discuss the fact that Boris and Berman had turned the tide with Star America and Schurz Communications to turn them away from United Fiber and Data. I'm not saying that we didn't have that conversation. I can't particularly recall writing it down or doing something like that, but I mean, at this point, we're talking about two potential investor leads here. I can go through about a dozen more if you'd like.
To mark this as
That'd be great.
13. Do you have another one for me to see here? What tab?
9.
Is it Schurz? Nice.
It's
Which one?
SCHURZ. URZ.
Mr. Teller, do you have the document marked as Exhibit 13 in front of you?
I have the document.
And for the record, Exhibit 13 is UFD 009669. Feel free to take a moment to review the document, but my first question is going to be, do you recall receiving this email from Mr. Boris?
I do recall receiving this email.
Do you see
Can you give
here?
her an opportunity to read it?
Please let me know when you're ready.
Thank you. Yeah, I've reviewed it. Thank you for your patience.
Do you see the last paragraph on the first page beginning with finally?
Yes.
Finally, with respect to your statement that, quote, other potential investor options have not been pursued, close quote, I am confused. On the board call, there was unanimous agreement to try to move ahead with CPV as the, quote, lead dog, close quote, and keep working with Star America as a possible backup on the equity and with Park West on the debt side. This is exactly what we are doing. Do you recall receiving that response to the concern that you raised from David Boris?
I recall seeing this response and thinking that he was certainly writing things down here that didn't happen on our call.
Did you respond to Mr. Boris's email to advise him that that information was incorrect?
I felt at this point in time that it was best that we take a deeper dive and actually focus on the Cohen agreement, rather than the semantics about what may have or may have not happened on a particular phone call.
If Mr. Boris was providing inaccurate information in your view, why not correct his misunderstanding?
I didn't think it was germane to the larger topic at hand, which was the Cohen agreement.
And you were comfortable that someone who was working to help UFD raise money had, in your view, a misunderstanding of what UFD's board had agreed to?
I am
Objection
certain.
argumentative.
I am certain that I called both David Boris and Jeffrey Berman and expressed them over and over again that I didn't feel that there was enough effort being made to find alternative solutions outside of Cohen.
Do you recall following up with Mr. Boris specifically after receiving this email?
I do recall following up with him. I called him pointedly and said that you're pigeonholing us into one and only one investor lead, and that's Stephen Cohen. And I don't think that he is the right business partner for us, specifically because Jerry Elliott and Stephen Cohen had no interest whatsoever in keeping the jobs that we so desperately wanted to create in York, Pennsylvania.
You just testified, though, that you didn't correct Mr. Boris's...
In writing.
So you're saying you called him to correct his misunderstanding?
I called Mr. Boris to correct him on what I felt was his global misunderstanding of our intent of the company, which was to build it in York, Pennsylvania.
Did you correct his misunderstanding as you understood strike that. Did you correct his understanding of how UFD's board wanted to proceed, specifically?
The board had made a decision to take a deeper dive into the Cohen deal. That isn't germane to the minutia of what I disagreed that Mr. Berman or David Boris wrote down.
Did the board not agree to move ahead with CPV as the, quote, lead dog?
I never heard those words.
Did you ever hear that sentiment, even if the words weren't identical?
Objection of form.
We were very specific on our call that Boris and Berman were to pursue alternative options in addition to Cohen.
Is it possible to devote the same resources to pursuing every lead at the same point in time?
That would be my expectation.
But you had testified that you thought it was appropriate to do a deeper dive into the Cone Private Ventures proposal at this time, correct?
Because they were very close to putting things into writing. And so I thought that it was important. Obviously, they were close to the finish line. So there was an opportunity here to do a deeper dive into that and see what it was that they were looking at. However, what's very clear here is that I am addressing in the previous email line by line concerns that the board and I both had. And it's really applying here what's being implied is about real estate. And one of the reasons why we're implying real estate here is that many of the state awards and the various programs that we have been involved with involve keeping jobs here. And so we had to maintain the fact that we were developer of record, etc. And Cohen was not interested in doing that, as they stated.
Okay, let's go back to the engagement letter. That's Exhibit 8. To the second page of the attachment. Now again, focusing on the paragraph in the middle of the page beginning, notwithstanding the above.
Sure.
We've discussed Brian Smith, George Taylor, and we've discussed crowdfunder earlier. What's your understanding of their affiliates language? Quote, their affiliates.
I think that their affiliates specifically implies myself, Chad Gracie, Patrick Dahlheimer, Louis Appel, George Taylor, Dixon Carmindro, really anybody that had been an affiliate of the Think Loud family office, which we had started building, when we were 18 years old. It's an extensive network. And I think that we spoke in ad nauseum with Olympus about the fact that we had built that extensive network. And really at no given point did they ever object to that network, and they never really thought that we would provide any conflict in that, because they were going specifically for institutional investors. So when I say their affiliates, they are my direct professional associates, all under the brand of Think Loud, and that would include United Fiber and Data, all of my employees in the various companies. That's my network, and that's why Think Loud Holdings was formed in the first place, was to utilize that incredible basket of human potential and human opportunity.
Do you recall discussing the term their affiliates specifically with Olympus?
I do.
When did you have that discussion?
We had the discussion always surrounding Think Loud Advisors, which began in our very first meeting with Jeffrey Berman late that evening when I was so hungry.
I understand the broader discussion. Did you specifically discuss the meaning of their affiliates, those two words?
Specifically at that meeting, I began to speak about my affiliates, yes.
Did you have a discussion about what the words in the engagement letter, their affiliates?
At the meeting before the engagement letter was produced?
Correct.
Well, of course we didn't have the discussion about the words
So-
their affiliates before the engagement letter was produced, but we definitely had a discussion about affiliates at the very initial encounter.
Did you ever discuss what the term their affiliates in the engagement letter specifically means? Not a broader discussion.
With
of
Jeffrey
affiliates.
Berman?
With Olympus.
First of all, I only ever spoke to Jeffrey Berman and David Boris. I don't know at this point whether that was Olympus or not. But yes, we had specific discussions about their affiliates, and it invoked Think Loud Holdings, my family office, and every sub company and associate that I had professionally worked with.
Why refer to Brian Smith, George Taylor, their affiliates,
As
as opposed to being more specific?
we listed them specifically in the agreement because they have the qualified license to be able to fundraise under our corporate banner.
In your view, does their affiliates include UFD?
Absolutely.
Sir, can you lower that line, please? Thank you.
If their affiliates include UFD, what's the point of the language in paragraph D, Romanet 3, with whom the company or the finder had discussions during the term?
Objection to form.
I would probably have to say that's too specific for me to dive into it. Once again, I have to refer to the whole breadth of the contract.
In your view, do you see?
What I see in there
No,
is the
I'm asking
word,
a question, sir.
Oh.
On the first page, do you see that UFD is defined as the company? It's in the middle of the first paragraph.
yes, I see it defined as the company.
And in your view, UFD is an affiliate, correct?
It is my view that UFD is an affiliate.
Okay. And UFD is defined as the company. We agree on that?
That's correct.
In paragraph D, Romanet 3, the company means UFD, with whom UFD or the finder had discussions during the term. How does that make sense if UFD itself is carved out of the engagement letter?
Objection vague and object to the extent the question calls for legal
Okay.
conclusion.
I think that your question requires context. These are my companies. I control these companies. I founded ThinkLoud Holdings. I founded ThinkLoud Advisors. I founded United Fiber and Data. In that regard, to me, it's one and the same. So even when you say the word company, to me, that means me, Chad Taylor. And specifically in here, it continues to use the word finder. It's not just about discussions, it's discussions related to the finder, which means that I am hiring and engaging Olympus to find potential investors. In my opinion, they did identify potential investors, but for certain, they never actually closed any investor.
Under the engagement letter, in your view, was Olympus entitled to a fee for any money raised for ThinkLoud Holdings?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical.
Good answer.
You'd have to ask the question again.
In your view, was Olympus's engagement with UFD also meant to cover money raised for ThinkLoud Holdings?
They're two separate entities. But I would say that, once again, the key word being finder, that if an investor was identified, specifically an institutional investor identified by Olympus, then I would be, and especially had they closed that investor, I would be happy to pay them compensation.
In the third line on the first page of the engagement letter, do you see in the third line there's a paren together with any and all subsidiaries, comma, affiliates, comma, successors, and then it goes on?
I do see that.
What's your understanding of what affiliates means there?
I don't think that the definition of affiliate changes, in my opinion. It's my professional associates, my companies, etc.
So it's a very broad definition of affiliates.
Objection to the extent he was characterizing his testimony.
It's a question.
You'd have to propose the question again.
Do you agree that the definition of affiliate that you are offering is broad?
I think that the definition of affiliate is something that relates directly to the rock band that I started when I was 13 years old, and the professional network that I've built in 33 years of nonstop global operations.
Did you identify every entity or person who, in your view, qualified as an affiliate to Olympus?
No, we did not identify that, but specifically because Boris or Berman didn't see any conflict.
But if they didn't, if Olympus didn't understand how you were interpreting the definition of affiliates, why would they have seen any conflict?
Objection to form calls for speculation.
My point is that we sat in a room, we discussed Think Loud Advisors on day one, and that company had existed forever and ever. They understood my professional background and the global touring and the global network that I had built, and they were comfortable with that. And then they wrote an agreement and sent it to me that reflected our understanding. So in my opinion, it's their definition of affiliates, which means that it's all of my companies.
Tab 15, please. Taylor, do you have the document marked as Exhibit 14 in front of you?
And I do.
And for the record, that's UFD 015517.
17? So we said.
UFD 015517. Mr. Smith, Mr. Taylor, have you had an opportunity to review the document?
No, I'm reading it right now.
Okay.
I've reviewed the document.
You see in the paragraph labeled 2 that Mr. Paxton wrote in the second sentence, George Taylor, Brian Smith, and crowdfunder have been carved out from the exclusivity and the fee to Olympus. Do you see that language?
I do see that.
Do you know why Mr. Paxton did not include their affiliates in this language?
I think at this point it's been established in the agreement that in every draft of the agreement that George Taylor and Brian Smith are in fact our affiliates, as well as our other companies. As far as I'm aware, this is an actual contract.
Are you aware of any discussions between Mr. Paxton and Olympus about the term their affiliates?
I'm unaware.
Do you recall after executing the engagement letter, Mr. Hines asking to see a copy of it?
I'm positive that Mr. Hines would want to see a copy of the executed agreement, but I don't recall specifically having that conversation or offering it.
Have you had any discussions with Mr. Hines about who is carved out of the exclusivity provision in the UFD Olympus engagement letter?
I don't recall.
Do you think that Mr. Hines, when reviewing the engagement letter, would have understood the meaning of their affiliates as you have offered it?
Also speculation.
I have no idea what Mr. Hines thinks.
Is Mr. Hines familiar with ThinkLoud Advisors?
He is.
Is Mr. Hines familiar with the large network of individuals and entities that you have identified as your affiliates?
Certainly Mr. Hines has met a large pool of people that work with me professionally within my family office. I mean, you're talking about a very vast and large network. Managers, agents, lawyers, representatives, consultants, etc. And of course, he's met the vast majority of them.
What did UFD tell Olympus that Mr. Smith was working on specifically to help raise money for UFD at the time the engagement letter was entered into?
I'd have to refer back to when we initially met Mr. Berman, that we explained that Mr. Smith had been involved in raising funds for multiple companies that I have interest in. I can't think of any other specific detail.
Did UFD ever tell Olympus that it viewed Mr. Appel as an affiliate of Brian Smith or George Taylor?
Mr. Appel was my partner, so of course he was an affiliate.
My question's a little different. Did UFD ever tell Olympus that it viewed Mr. Appel as an affiliate of Brian Smith or George Taylor specifically?
I specifically told him that he was an affiliate of Think Loud Advisors in my role as fundraiser for United Fiber and Data, in my role of meeting with Mr. Appel to secure funds for the company. Yes, I did tell him that.
So you never specifically told Olympus that Mr. Appel was an affiliate of Brian Smith or George Taylor, full stop. That discrete piece of information.
I can't answer it that specific.
Off the record, when we take a 5-10 minute break,
How short time?
back on the
Oh, that's
record.
the 27th, like that.
It is. Just to briefly circle back to one item. Is it your understanding that the carve out to the exclusivity provision, the language that contains their affiliates language, was in the initial draft provided to UFD by Olympus?
I'd have to refer to my earlier testimony where I said I just acted as a pass-through conduit to it. Jeffrey would send me, he sent me his agreement, I forwarded it to Andrew. Andrew would make revisions, I would forward it back. So I have no idea.
So you don't have an understanding of who, meaning whether it was Olympus or UFD, proposed the language that contained their affiliates phrase?
Yeah, I don't specifically know who put that in the document. I'd say that my understanding was that Boris and Berman were, well, at least they represented themselves as fairly sophisticated investment bankers, that if it wound up in the document or whatever and they had any questions about it, that they would have, obviously spelled it out or et cetera.
Staying with the engagement letter, do you recall how long the UFD Olympus engagement was supposed to last under the terms of the engagement letter?
The terms of the engagement letter were 6 months.
Do you recall the specific termination date?
I don't recall the specific termination date.
Direct you back to Exhibit 8, which is the executed engagement letter, and to the last sentence of the first paragraph on the first page of the engagement letter.
I'm sorry, say that again. Last sentence of which paragraph?
First paragraph, last sentence.
Well, there you go. It says October 31st.
Do you recall?
Sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was October 31st, and then it continues on. It says, unless extended with the mutual consent of the parties.
Do you recall any discussions between UFD and Olympus about the duration of the term of the engagement letter?
I recall that David Boris felt that 6 months was exceedingly long given his investors' interest in placing in United Fiber and Data.
Do you recall that the duration of the engagement changed between the initial draft of the engagement letter and the final executed version?
I answered that previously when I said I was a conduit and essentially passed the information in between myself and Andrew Paxton and then back to Jeffrey Berman. I didn't read each iteration of the drafts.
So you don't recall whether the duration changed over time, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall any discussions? Strike that. Does the engagement letter provide a mechanism for either party to terminate prior to October 31, 2015?
Let me double check here. The engagement letter appears to have no provision preventing termination.
But you don't see a specific provision addressing early termination, correct?
Nor do I see a provision that prohibits early termination.
Do you recall whether UFD had, prior to April 2015, entered into any engagement letters that did expressly provide for early termination by the parties?
I would just have to sit here and speculate. I have no idea.
Turn back to the Bank Street engagement letter.
Do you recall which exhibit that is?
4, I believe.
It'd be quicker to find it that way. Thank you.
You have exhibit 4 in front of you.
Sure, I do.
Turn to the page with the Bates number ending in 4-6. It's page 5 of 11 of the engagement letter.
I'm sorry, you gotta go slower.
Sure.
Where am I going to?
Page 5 of 11.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
Are you at page 5?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Do you see the first sentence of the paragraph numbered 9? Either party hereto may terminate this agreement at any time upon written notice. And then it goes on.
I do see that language.
Does this refresh your recollection about whether UFD had previously entered into any engagement letters that provided an express mechanism for early termination?
Different form.
I think that all this really shows me is that I don't know know, this is a previous contract. I'm not really sure what this has anything to do with the agreement that Olympus tenured, but of course this does have some detail in here about ending the agreement.
Do you know why UFD didn't pursue a similar express early termination provision in the engagement letter with Olympus?
I'd have to speculate.
No
Rather
need to
not
speculate. Switching topics again, were you aware that Olympus reached out to potential investors before the engagement letter was executed?
I have no idea of their activities.
You don't recall Mr. Boris asking for permission to reach out after an initial meeting with him to potential investors?
I do not recall that. What I recall is that when I was introduced to David Boris, that he had offered up that he had already called investors. I definitely did not give that permission.
Did he tell you the identity of the investors he had reached out to?
He did not name names at that time. It was implied very much that once the investment agreement or that the engagement letter was signed, that he would be more forthcoming.
Did he tell you that he had identified UFD by name to the potential investors he had reached out to?
I'm unaware.
At the time that UFD engaged Olympus, did UFD have an investor presentation that it would circulate to potential investors?
I'm sorry, I'm just starting to get a little bit tired. Can you ask the question again? I was starting to look at this sunset. I'm sorry, ask it one more time, Josh.
At the time that UFD engaged Olympus, did UFD have an investor presentation, a PowerPoint presentation, an investor deck that it would circulate to potential investors?
There had been various iterations of investor presentations, documents from day one, so I would assume that yes, that we had an investor deck at that time. As far as I'm aware, we sent and shared with David Burris and Jeffrey Berman those materials.
Do you recall that Olympus helped edit the Word version of that business plan to make it more appealing to institutional investors?
I recall that they reviewed the document specifically wanting to include key terminology that institutional investors might find attractive. I certainly I didn't particularly find that to be odd or strange at the time. It was just, we were working on a marketing effort together. Let's get aligned and get on the same page.
Okay. We discussed the due diligence process that Olympus went through with UFD earlier today. Do you recall that?
I do not recall Olympus going through a due diligence process. I recall Cohen going through a due diligence process. So if you want to include them together, then I would agree to that.
Okay, with respect to the due diligence process by Cohen Private Ventures, did anyone at UFD get frustrated by that due diligence process?
Objection to form.
I had testified previously that I had just learned the news that my stepfather had roughly 45 days to live. And it was at that time that I asked Chad Gracie to step up his role, really just to communicate information on behalf of United Fiber and Data. And I believe that that communication process, in particular in between David Boris and Chad Gracie, was taxing, to say the least, on both parties.
Were any UFD employees particularly frustrated by the due diligence process?
As far as I'm aware, no employees were involved in the due diligence process, specifically with Cohen, other than myself, and I was certainly not frustrated.
Was Mr. Hines involved in that process in any way?
He was not involved in that process. I want to qualify and say that he may be involved in that process where possibly Chad Gracie might have questions or concerns about operations of the company or decisions of the company that were made that weren't under his purview, and just trying to get a general understanding of that.
Let's talk about the Cohen private venture proposal, and to avoid that mouthful, I'll refer to it as CPV. Is that okay?
Absolutely. I'm sorry to not. I'm just nodding now.
It's getting late in the day for all of us. What was your reaction to the investment proposal from CPV?
First of all, I was thrilled to finally have an actual offer, tenured. I was extremely happy that Boris had delivered on his commitment to bring through an offer. As anyone would be, I was excited to read the document, read the details, learn more about their intent with their investment.
Did you discuss CPV's proposed investment with others at UFD?
Yes, we discussed nearly every aspect of the ongoing daily communications in between, in particular at this point, David Boris and Chad Gracie. We tried to read, obviously, all correspondence and be openly communicative with each other.
Who were involved in those discussions from UFD?
Obviously, at this point, Chad Gracie had taken a more active role, myself, Mr. Appel, Mr. Hines, anybody that might be a key advisor to the company.
What was Mr. Appel's role with respect to discussions about the proposal from CPV?
As we established previously, since he had been my mentor since I was a young guy, I was looking to him for advice on how to deal with a sophisticated investor like Cohen. One of the things that was made clear in my discussions with Mr. Appel was that he was deeply concerned that his intent in being involved with, in particular, my family office, was that we were to build the jobs in York, Pennsylvania, and keep the technology here. And he had a deep-seated fear that a multi-billionaire like Stephen Cohen might have no interest in helping a small town like York, Pennsylvania.
Did Mr. Appel recommend against moving forward with the investment proposal from CPV?
Interesting enough, he didn't offer a proposal. He didn't offer an opinion whether to move forward or not. He just outlined his concerns to me.
do you have an understanding about why Mr. Appel chose not to share his opinion with you?
Objection to calls for speculation.
If he knows.
I have no idea what Mr. Appel was thinking.
Tab 24.
This one's 15.
Yes. Mr. Taylor, do you have the document marked as Exhibit 15 in front of you?
I do.
And while you're reviewing the document, for the record, that is UFD 016879. Please let me know when you finish reviewing the document.
Sure, I've reviewed it.
Who is Charlie Jacobs?
Charlie Jacobs is an investor in United Fire and Data.
And as of the time of this email, July 10, 2015, was he already an investor in UFD?
That's correct.
Has he subsequently made any additional investments, as far as you're aware?
I am not aware.
And you referenced, I think you may have referenced George Shin earlier, but who is George Shin?
He is a wealthy businessman located in Charlotte, North Carolina.
And is Mr. Shin an investor in UFD?
He is not.
Okay. Who is Paul Rudy?
Paul Rudy is an advisor to Don Graham.
Graham, Graham.
That's correct.
And who is Don Graham?
Don Graham is a successful businessman that was located here in York, Pennsylvania.
And just a few more. Who is Christine Toretti?
Christine Toretti is one of the primary fundraisers for Donald Trump.
And what was prior to being a fundraiser for Donald Trump, why was she an advisor to UFD?
She's a successful businesswoman.
Were all of these individuals that we have just discussed advisors to UFD in one form or another?
You might call them affiliates.
I probably would. Were they employees of UFD,
Brian Smith was an employee of UFD.
aside from Brian Smith?
No, none of those other people are employees.
Were they paid by UFD for providing advice?
No.
Did you trust their judgment?
In some cases, not always.
was it an accurate statement at the time where you wrote every single advisor has 100% back doing the Cohen deal?
The advisors were in favor of the Cohen deal, and I urged them in all cases to begin to do their own research on who Stephen Cohen was. You'll note that in this document, what I'm really doing is paying forward or passing forward the information that I gathered. And it doesn't particularly represent my opinion, but it represents the opinion of these particular advisors.
Okay. And near the bottom of the document, you wrote, "You'll notice that I didn't copy Bill." By Bill, are you referring to Mr. Hines?
I believe that does refer to Mr. Hines.
And then you went on, "I did this specifically because I want this to be about what is right for Think Loud Holdings." Do you see that language?
I do see that language.
What were you trying to convey with that language?
That Think Loud Holdings is a company owned by Jack Gracie, Patrick Dahlheimer, and myself, and therefore we should have a private conversation about what I was learning out in the marketplace pertaining to the Cohen deal. I should also state that none of the advisors had actually seen the Cohen deal. At this point, it was more speculative talk about the general feeling of moving forward with someone like Stephen Cohen, meaning high net worth investors, sophisticated investors, etc.
Was there a particular reason that UFD had not shared an early version of the term sheet from Cohen Private Ventures with these advisors?
I think that this was more just about verbal communication, calling up our advisors, talking through concepts of deals, etc. I don't think that we got into specific terminology at this point.
Okay. Was there, in your view, a divergence of interest between the owners of Think Loud Holdings on the one hand and Mr. Hines on the other?
They.
I do not think that there was ever a divergence of interest.
So why didn't you include Mr. Hines on this?
On a corporate email that, of a corporation that he doesn't know? That would just seem strange to me.
Would the
For example, I wouldn't copy Steve Jobs on a copy of this. He doesn't own any piece of Think Loud Holdings. To me,
Would
I
you-
treated it just the same.
would the discussion have been different had Mr. Hines been included on the email?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, I was going to say I would have to speculate. I have no idea. I think one of the things that I noted in the document, by the way, is here where I'm talking about at the bottom. I'm still busting my butt to find alternatives. So one of the things that's here is that I write to my partners and say, please keep the space open for any option, meaning that even my opinion is not the opinion of the advisors above.
Okay. Tab 25.
Sixteen.
16.
Just leave it to me.
I'll leave it to you. Won't even guess. Mr. Taylor, do you have the document marked as Exhibit 16 in front of you?
I do.
And that's for the record, while you're reviewing it, UFD 009174. Please let me know when you have reviewed the document.
I'm familiar with this document.
Why did you send this document?
Part of my job in communicating with my partners at all times was to be transparent and let them know some of the feedback that I was receiving. I'd probably say that's important to note here is that this doesn't particularly represent my feelings. However, it does represent some of the feelings of people that I talk to. And one of the things that we all know in life is everybody has an opinion.
Do you see where you describe Mr. Rudy as being bullish on Cone?
I do.
What did you mean by bullish on Cone?
I meant that he should probably take some of Mr. Graham's money and invest it with Stephen Cohen if he liked him.
You didn't mean that he was in favor of UFD agreeing to an investment with CPV?
I think that Mr. Rudy wanted to do business with Stephen Cohen.
So you viewed his advice as biased?
I did view his advice as biased.
Why did you include Mr. Rudy's advice in your email to Mr. Hines, Mr. Gracian, and Mr. Dahlheimer if it was biased?
I believe that I just testified that one of my jobs was to be open and transparent about the communications that I was receiving. Note here, I'm not offering an opinion. I'm just stating what their positions are.
I understand, and you testified to that repeatedly. Do you note anywhere in your email that you suspect Mr. Rudy may be biased?
I believe it's implied by saying that he was suddenly interested in investing $2 million alongside of Cohen. I was suspect at that very second.
You weren't saying that the fact that an investor like Cohen Private Ventures being interested in investing in CPV was validating the value of UFD?
Big.
In my conversations with Mr. Rudy, one of the things that I conveyed was that if he was so excited about United Fiber and Data, then why doesn't he advise Don Graham to call me and to consider placing an investment directly into the company? I felt all the rest was just add-on the backside of that. I thought that there was some second or third party interest in Don Graham wanting to do business with Stephen Cohen, and they found this as an entree to potentially doing that.
Why not make that suspicion clearer to your business partners that you suspected that Mr. Rudy might be biased?
That was conveyed in several phone calls. What is, you'll notice this report was about clarifying people's positions on what they had said.
Why did you include Mr. Hines on this email but not on the prior email?
This was pertaining to United Fiber and Data, not Think Loud Holdings.
Even though the prior email, Exhibit 15, was also about CPV's potential investment in UFD?
I've already stated for the record why I wrote directly to my principal partners in Think Loud Holdings.
Moving down the page to Charlie Jacob, do you see where you wrote bullish on Cohen next to his name too?
I do see that.
Why did you write that for Mr. Jacobs?
I had a phone call with Charlie when he was in Sweden. One of the things that I was hoping was that maybe Charlie Jacobs had done business with the Cohens. They're fairly sophisticated investors. and I was looking for some intimate personal knowledge there. Charlie did not know who Stephen Cohen was, but knew of his reputation as being a fairly sophisticated investor. And I should also point out at this time that Charlie Jacobs, nor I don't think at any given point, were given any of the details regarding Cohen's actual term sheet or actual offer. It was more about the person, Stephen Cohen, or the opportunity with Stephen Cohen.
Did you think Mr. Jacobs was biased as well?
I did not.
By writing that Mr. Jacobs was bullish on Cohen, did you mean that he was in favor based on what he knew at the time of the CPV proposal?
What it means is that he was impressed with Stephen Cohen's track record as a hedge fund manager.
The next name down, Christine Toretti, you wrote right down the middle. Why did you write that?
Christine Toretti had voiced an opinion that she didn't know that much about Stephen Cohen other than the fact that he had at some point had issues with the SEC. She was concerned about, as you know, like I said, all startups, our cash liquidity, our runway rate, and our ability to finish building. She was also worried that Stephen Cohen might just try and just take over the company and not build the jobs in Pennsylvania.
And for George Shin, you wrote, follow your heart. Why did you write that?
George Shin was the one person that told me that to question the motives of a large investor like Cohen. And he felt that if in my heart I felt that Stephen Cohen wasn't going to do the right thing by the company, and when I say by do the right thing, meaning have its management and its substantial investment reside here in New York, that I should run for the hills.
Where did you provide that information in this document?
That information is not provided in here. It was a lengthy phone call. I think if I could add on to that, because I'm just turning the page and reading, that I actually do imply that here if I say if you can't find an alternative investor, because I'd already implied to George that I was having second thoughts about Cohen, then he was saying to pray on it, and that ultimately this is what he was saying is verify that you feel good in your heart about what's being put in front of you. And of course, as it turns out, I didn't feel good about Stephen Cohen in that particular opportunity, nor did the agreement that I signed with Olympus force me into signing an agreement with Stephen Cohen.
What did you mean when you just stated, nor did the agreement that I signed with Olympus force me into signing the agreement with Stephen Cohen?
What I mean is I was given times I had the right to say yes or say no to any potential investor that was put in front of me.
And you understood that you had that power, correct?
That's correct.
Tab 26. Taylor, do you have Exhibit 17 in front of you?
I do.
While you're reviewing the email, this is UFD 009619.